Well, what a lovely start to our day. Thank you so much to Ultimate Music Live from Mannheim. Thanks for the music and thanks for the soundtrack. They will give us the soundtrack for the entire day today. So a big applause. Thank you. Well, and with this, I would like to welcome you very much and very warmly here at Hospitalhof in Stuttgart, Baden-Württemberg. And as we have a hybrid event here today, I would also like to welcome our online viewers. Very nice to have you here with us as well today. And it's hybrid, so here in Stuttgart. And I would just like to know who's from which country? I think there are many countries here in our room, and I will try to give you a little welcome in maybe your language, maybe I get it. So, bienvenidos, hartelijk welkom, herzlich willkommen. Welcome, of course, benvindo. Maybe one of your languages is here, but the most important thing is welcome to Creativity World Forum 2022 in Stuttgart. Woo. So I have the honor to be guiding you through our day today. My name is Anja Lange. I'm a freelance moderator here from Stuttgart. I had the honor to already be moderating for a lot of partners here from the Creativity World Forum, such as the Ministry of Economic Affairs or the MFG Baden-Württemberg, and of course many events and live streams around Germany. So now you got to know me a little bit. I would like to get to know you. Let's do some interaction in the morning. Who's ready for that already? So who belongs to the DC network? Who's from one of the member regions? Show your hands. Yeah, very good. Okay. I've just heard that you had kind of a longer night yesterday in Stuttgart, so maybe there will be some more coming later. Okay. Next question. Who has been to Baden-Württemberg or to Stuttgart already, like maybe in 2009 when the last Creativity World Forum took place? You? Okay, of course, everyone who lives in Stuttgart, yes, of course. But you've been before, was it good? Yeah, you enjoyed? Okay, very good. And now, difficult question. Who thinks they've had the longest journey to Stuttgart? Please stand up. Okay, so now I have to ask, where are you from? Bangalore in India, okay. What about you? I was just studying the train for 5 hours. Okay, that's normal in Germany. That happens to everyone. Okay, so we literally have someone from India. It's so nice to have you here in Stuttgart, and you've been before, so big applause. The Creativity World Forum took place online these past days. Today it's the final day. We will be here on site, but obviously online as well. I know you've had some really good online sessions. I was able to look into a few already, some really great conversations. And we will continue this today with really interesting keynotes focusing on creativity, on innovation. The motto of this year's Creative World Forum is Sustainable Digital Innovation. And the creative industries, they are really known to be a driver for this. So keynotes today, some workshops. Obviously, there will be a lot of room to have some good conversations. We will have a big lunch break and some coffee so that you actually really get to know each other and can network together. But now we start with our first agenda point here. I'm really looking forward to the opening of Dr. Nicole Hofmeister-Kraut. She is the Minister of Economic Affairs, Labor and Tourism of the state of Baden-Württemberg, and I'm really happy to see her again for her opening keynote. Please welcome.
So, thank you very much. Dear guests at the Creativity World Forum 2022, dear ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to our virtual visitors. It's great having you here with us through the internet. On behalf of the state government of Baden-Württemberg, I would like to welcome you warmly to the Creativity World Forum 2022 here in Stuttgart in our lovely state Baden-Württemberg. I am pleased that almost all regions of the districts of creativity are represented today. It's an honor to welcome representatives not only from European regions such as Flanders, Tampere or Catalonia, but even from Karnataka in India and from Bangalore, a very warm welcome, and Shanghai in China. I would also like to extend a very warm welcome to the delegation from Wales, a region which is interested in the districts of creativity and has therefore been invited to the CWF this year. Starting from an initiative of Flanders, the Districts of Creativity Network was founded in 2004 and sees itself as an open global network of innovative and creative regions. The Districts of Creativity Network unites regions from all over the world, from Rio de Janeiro to central Denmark, the Basque country, and Scotland. I would like to express my gratitude to Flanders DC, the Flemish initiators of this network. The team around Managing Director Pascal Koels has been the heart and head of the Districts of Creativity, continuously since 2004. Since its foundation, the network has continuously proven its raison d'être. The aim of the network is to stimulate creativity in society through mutual exchange and thereby promote innovation and prosperity. Creativity makes people, companies, and regions unique. Today's world is a connected world, and the network of Districts of Creativity brings together people from all over the world and from different fields. Minds from creative industries, technology, science, and entrepreneurship are encouraged to collaborate. Different cultural perspectives lead to solutions with global reach. It's precisely these specialized international networks that have the greatest potential for cooperation. Based on concrete projects, experts from the same field can exchange experiences, concepts, and business ideas from their countries. This is why the OECD, in a report published in August last year, chose the Districts of Creativity as an example of best practice for interregional cooperation. This shows the impact of a global network of actors from the creative and cultural industries, from foundations to cluster initiatives to public agencies. This regular exchange generates a mutual understanding that is indispensable for respectful cooperation. And in a few, oh, thanks so much. Yeah, in a view of war and crisis, I would even call such cooperation active peace work. Below the national level, we can thus contribute to international exchange as globally connected regions and bring people and ideas together. Dear ladies and gentlemen, Baden-Württemberg has participated in the Districts of Creativity from the beginning through the Ministry of Economic Affairs. For us, the cultural and creative industries are a clear location factor and in the international competition for investment and skilled workers. As a region that invests more than 5% of its GDP in research and development every year, we score points in international competition with our strong industrial base, our research institutions that are close to business, and our well-trained skilled workers. With our world market leaders and hidden champions, we are known above all as an innovative technology location and for our high level of industrial competence. Innovation drivers are also often startups that enter the market with innovative business ideas, thus unleash great growth potential. It's particularly important to me to support young companies in Baden-Württemberg from the time they are founded and to help them enter the international markets. That is why I'm extremely pleased to meet many of you again this evening at the Startup BW Night. On Börsenplatz, not far here from the Hospitalhof, you will gain exciting insights into the startup and founding scene here in Baden-Württemberg. From 5 p.m. onwards, high-quality input from many experts and exciting entertainment program, live pitches and exclusive know-how. I would also like to mention the DC Living Lab. Students from Baden-Württemberg, the Basque Country, Catalonia, Flanders, Scotland and Shanghai have been working on challenges from startups and partner organizations of the Districts of Creativity in the past weeks. This afternoon, they will present their findings here at the CWF. I'm very much looking forward to that. Dear guests, at the Creativity World Forum 2022, creatives with their skills and methodological knowledge are decisively shaping the discussion of a livable future with trend-setting concepts. These contributions are more than valuable against the backdrop of the current global multi-crisis. The corona pandemic is only seemingly over. International trade in goods is fragile, and the Russian war in Ukraine is endangering the European peace order. The innovative combination of sustainability and digital tools helps to develop better ways of living and working together. And therefore, we have decided to title the Creativity World Forum this year with the motto, Digital Sustainable Innovation. The last CWF in Baden-Württemberg took place in 2009. It was jointly organized by the Ministry of Economic Affairs and the MFG, the Medien- und Filmgesellschaft Baden-Württemberg, our regional film and media board. This year, 13 years later, we are continuing this good partnership. A joint team from my ministry and the MFG has once again put an impressive event. The planning began in the middle of the pandemic and included many uncertainties. However, the MFG and my ministry undoubtedly continued to plan the CWF for this year, and together with the culture and creative industries, selected proposals for topics and speakers. In the end, this resulted in an overwhelming concept that shows that entire spectrum of the cultural and creative industries in Baden-Württemberg and all participating districts of creativity. I would therefore like to sincerely thank all those involved for their courage and determination. For the first time, the CWF is taking place as a hybrid event. Since Monday, you can participate in a wide variety of online formats. Today, at the end, some participants will meet here today on site at Stuttgart's Hospitalhof, and others will be connected digitally and can actively participate in a hybrid workshop this afternoon. I'm extremely pleased that interested people from all over the world can connect, despite all the organizational challenges. I would also like to take the opportunity to thank my Commissioner for Europe, Petra Püchner, who represents Baden-Württemberg as a single point of contact in the network of districts of creativity. When personal meetings and international travel were limited during the pandemic, she and her team created a successful DC meetup. This created an international virtual exchange format on innovative business ideas from the cultural and creative industries, which just experienced another edition last Monday. The hybrid event format also made it possible for the first time to actively involve the network of the districts of creativity in the design of the CWF program, especially in digital networks and workshops, but also on today's Presence Day, experts from our valuable network will have their say and report on projects, initiatives, and ideas from their regions. The success and the charisma of the CWF this year are therefore a joint achievement of all participating regions. I would like to thank all those responsible for their willingness to participate in this new format. We want to make a contribution to the future strategic positioning of the districts of creativity. There's no going back or a world before. This also applies to interregional networks, which are called upon to identify new ways of cooperation, although thanks to the technical possibilities. In particular, this entirely international and intercultural perspective of the districts of creativity enables a new, unbiased view of the special challenges of in Germany we call it Zeitenwende. We are called upon to set the right course for peace, for prosperity, and for international exchange. Dear guests at the Creativity World Forum, I'm convinced that the CWF here in Baden-Württemberg you will gain many interesting insights into a wide variety of topics that concern us in Baden-Württemberg and all in the other districts of creativity. And perhaps one or the other cooperation opportunity will develop. I wish you a successful conference day here in Stuttgart in the Hospitalhof, and I wish you an exciting insight into the Baden-Württemberg startup scene this evening. I see you tonight at the Startup BW Night. I wish you all the best, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Hofmeister-Kraut, for this very good speech and a nice opening. Thank you, Dankeschön. So let's start with 3 keynotes in a row now. And just to remind you, you may ask questions. So if you have any questions to our speakers, you may then raise your hand. And for everyone online, please just type them in the chat in the Q&A, and I will get them here on my iPad and ask them to the speakers. So we are starting with AI as one of the main topics here of the Creativity World Forum, which has obviously become an absolutely driver in technology. And to speak about the development and successes of AI, we are very honored to be welcoming an absolute expert, a really renowned top-class expert here in this field, who has achieved a lot, especially also here for Baden-Württemberg and the region. So welcome to Professor Dr. Bernhard Schölkopf from Max Planck Institute for Intelligent Systems in Tübingen, which is literally around the corner. His scientific interests are in machine learning and causal inference, and he has researched at many different institutes and became a Max Planck director nearly 20 years ago. Since then, he has received many prizes, and as Mrs. Hofmeister-Kraut said, many initiatives we have here, like, for example, Cyber Valley, he initiated as well. So please, a very warm welcome, Professor Dr. Bernhard Schölkopf.
So thank you very much. So it was very nice to get into the vibes of this event. I didn't know, I have to admit, when I came here, I didn't know what DC stands for. Now I know it's the Districts of Creativity. It's my first talk at a creativity conference. And when I found my way here from the subway station with Google Maps listed it as a spiritual center, this place here. So I'm in a spiritual center talking to experts about creativity. I don't know if I can contribute anything to that, but I'll tell you something about AI anyway, and about the big picture, how the field started, how it continued, and where we're heading now. So I want to start with this page from the New York Times from 1958. There's a little article hidden on the side called New Navy Device Learns by Doing. And this guy here was a psychologist, Frank Rosenblatt. He designed this thing, and he argued, or he showed, that this machine was the first device that could learn from experience. And he also said, or he speculated, that later perceptrons should be able to recognize people, or even understand language or translate language. So that was, of course, it must have sounded totally fantastic. I don't know if anyone believed him. But in the long run, it turned out he was surprisingly correct in his predictions. So this was the start of a field that's called connectionism, or what we call now machine learning or deep learning. Now, at that time, it was a bit a fascinating time for computer science. It was the beginning of computer science in the 1950s. There was another fascinating development, which was that the computer scientists understood that computers can do more than just compute with numbers. They can actually process symbols. So they came up with this notion of symbol and thought about it from a computational point of view. And this was a successful point of view, and people thought they could take it so far that all of intelligence is nothing but the manipulation of symbols, also symbols that humans come up with, manipulated by algorithms or rules that humans come up with. So people seriously believed that this is going to explain human intelligence. So there was a lot of optimism after some initial successes on things like computer chess or automatic theorem proving, and Herb Simon, one of the fathers of the field, he actually said that machines will be capable within 20 years of doing anything, any work a man can do. That's how he put it at the time, which is curious, especially since the first computers were actually women, because computer was actually a job description at the beginning. So these were people doing calculations on paper. Anyway, so this was the prediction of Herb Simon, but then something strange happened, and one way, or I think the nicest way of putting this is in terms of what's now called Noravex Paradox, which is that people, although they noticed that these seemingly hard problems such as chess could be solved with computers or with AI, problems that looked much simpler, like things that animals can do, seemed out of reach and couldn't be solved. So the hard problems were easy, the easy problems were hard, and I think a nice picture for this is this picture from a match between Garry Kasparov, at the time the world champion in chess, and Deep Blue. And Deep Blue beat Kasparov in 1997. But if you look at Deep Blue, actually it seems like Deep Blue is a human. So there's a human who had to move the chess pieces because Deep Blue could calculate the moves but not move the pieces. And at the time, I think there were no robust algorithms that could robustly recognize a chess piece and move it across the board. So gradually people got a bit disillusioned with what we now call classical AI. The interest declined, the conferences got smaller. But then what happened is that basically Rosenblatt came back, who had initially lost this competition against the symbolic people, and machine learning came back, and algorithms that were basically inspired by what Rosenblatt did at the time. Unfortunately, Rosenblatt also didn't live to see this, because he tragically died in a boating accident. He was, I think he would have fit well into this creativity forum. He was a crazy guy, and or an interesting guy. I'm not saying that you guys are crazy. So machine learning came back, and now with machine learning we can do stuff that maybe looks easy, but actually is not so easy. So like playing table tennis. This is a video from Tübingen, from our lab. And we can also, I think you must have seen this example here, where people from a company, DeepMind, they trained this system to play different video games, and they argued that this is an example of some form of general AI, because essentially the same architecture could play a lot of different games. But of course, it had to be retrained on data from each game. So it worked because it was retrained on huge amounts of data. And it even had to make sure that the data it had to permute the data and make sure that they are representative also of the future, because machine learning, in a certain way, is very powerful if the future looks exactly the same as the past. So you have to make sure that your past data is really representative of the future in this form of machine learning. And so there's a lot one could discuss here, and a related issue, maybe even more pronounced, or I'll show you two related issues in the next two slides. This is the first one. So this is an example where people used machine learning to train systems to recognize whether a patient has a pneumothorax. And it worked very well, and then they tried to deploy the system, and it didn't work anymore. And then they noticed afterwards, by analyzing the system, that the system had only zoomed in on recognizing where a little hose which gets inserted in the lung of someone who has a pneumothorax. So they collected the data from patients who were already undergoing treatment. But then when a new patient comes in, it doesn't have the hose yet, the system doesn't recognize the pneumothorax. So that's this kind of spurious correlations. Machine learning doesn't worry about whether a correlation is real in some sense or whether it's spurious. Because if we are in the setting that we're given a training set and someone tells us this training set is representative of what you're going to see in the future, then sure enough, the machine learning system should be using this information that there's a host. Because if on every pneumothorax patient the system has seen there is a host, then that looks like a good feature. And maybe an even more extreme example is this case of what people now call adversarial vulnerability. So here we have a system which is also highly optimized on a training set, and then someone comes and makes a little adversarial manipulation to a test image. So that also violates this assumption which we in the field or in statistics call the IID assumption, so that the data is independent and identically distributed, so nothing changes from training to test. So someone manipulates an image, adds a little bit of noise, a tiny amount, the resulting image still looks the same to us, but then the neural network will recognize it as an airplane. So there's something wrong or suspicious about this IID assumption. And I think to get more robust, we have to understand what really generates the statistical dependencies or the patterns that we are looking for. And what generates statistical dependencies is actually underlying causation. And maybe the first person to think about this or to understand this well was Hans Reidenbach, a philosopher, also with a Stuttgart connection. He at some point was teaching at what then was called the Technische Hochschule Stuttgart. He started as a philosopher, did a PhD in foundations of probability theory. He had a hard time finding someone who would give him a PhD for it. But then later he got hired to a physics department by Planck and Einstein in Berlin. So very interesting character. And he said, if you see two observables in the world and you find them to be correlated or more generally statistically dependent, then there must be a causal explanation for it. So it could either be that there's something else that causes both of them, or it could be, as a particular special case, it could be that this variable z coincides with either x or y. So it could be that one causes the other one. So for instance, if we find that the human birth rate and the frequency of storks are correlated, which used to be the case in Europe, then it could be that the storks bring the babies, it could be that the babies somehow attract the storks, or it could be that there's something else, such as economic development, that has a causal influence both on the frequency of storks and the human birth rate. And what makes this problem interesting from the scientific point of view is that without additional assumptions, if we're just observing the frequency of storks and the frequency of human birth, we can't distinguish between the three. So we need to think harder about this problem, and we need some more information. And that's what we've been doing in the last 10 plus years or so. So we've been thinking about how to phrase such assumptions and how to incorporate them into machine learning. And I would like to give a visual depiction of one of these assumptions. It's a certain assumption about an independence of mechanisms, how data are generated. This thing here is called a Bechet chair. So this, you can see it's not a chair, it's actually two objects that are disconnected. But if you look through this little hole here, then it looks like a chair. So that means if you look through the hole, you're seeing something which is not there in reality. So perception fails if you look from this very specific vantage point, which means, in turn, of course, that normally a perception assumes that you're looking from a generic point of view. So the assumption that I would like to phrase is that the generative process of what we perceive is composed of autonomous modules that do not influence each other. That means there's an object out there in the world, there's a perception process that turns that object into something that we see in our heads, and these two things are not tuned to each other. So the perception, in particular the direction from which you look, is a generic direction that's not tuned to how the object is arranged. And if we violate this assumption, perception fails. So it's an assumption that we implicitly make, and there are many examples where this fits. And it turns out you can mathematically formalize this kind of assumption and use it also for machine learning and inference. Now next I want to show you just I think, 2 brief examples of where we use causal modeling combined with machine learning to look at data, understand data, maybe even make scientific discoveries. So the first one is it's from a data set from the early phase of the COVID pandemic. So when this started, we had a number of meetings with all our postdocs and students, and we were brainstorming what we could do to contribute to this crisis, which was starting. Nobody knew how big the crisis is going to be, but we said we have to try to do something using our tools. And then one student, depicted here on the left, Luigi Gresele, he is from Italy. His father is in medicine, so he was quite interested in these problems, and he looked at the death rates in Italy. As you know, Italy was one of the first countries that was really hit hard by COVID. And then he found that comparing the death rates in Italy to the ones in China, the overall death rate looked significantly higher in Italy, and that puzzled him because he had confidence in the Italian healthcare system. He thought it should be actually should be the other way around. And then he started digging into details and looked at different age groups, and it turned out in every age group that he looked at, it was the other way around. So for the 80-plus-year-olds, it was sort of better to get COVID in Italy than in China. For the 70 to 80-year-olds, the same, every age group, Italy was better. So how can that be? And it turns out it's actually an example of what's called Simpson's paradox. So it turns out that the age distributions are very different in China and in Italy. So in Italy, there are many, many more older people than in China. And that's the age distribution here down on the right. And of course, if there are many more older people in China, even if those people, many more older people in Italy, even if those people have a lower risk than old people in China, they still have a higher risk than young people in China. So overall, if you average the risks according to these demographies, it turns out it explains the data. And you can think of this from a causal point of view. You can make a graph that includes, it sort of starts with the country. Now the country might have an effect on the mortality because the healthcare systems are different, the hospitals are different, etc. But the country also has an effect on what's the age distribution, and the age distribution has a strong effect on mortality. And now you can try to tease apart these different causal paths and compute what's called a natural direct effect and the natural indirect effect. And then that explains that initially the direct effect from country mortality was actually a beneficial one for Italy. But it turned out also, if you track it over time, at some point it turned around, and it was this time when the Italian healthcare system was severely overloaded. So that's the one example. The other one is an example from astronomy, and I'm particularly happy that the main collaborator of that project is in the audience today, a famous astronomer from New York, David Hogg. At some point, I spent a sabbatical with David Hogg in New York, and we started discussing about applications of machine learning, in particular to this problem of exoplanet discovery. There was this Kepler space telescope, another local connection, Kepler space telescope that was orbiting the sun and staring at one patch of the Milky Way for several years. And we started thinking about how to analyze that data. And we came up with, I think actually during a subsequent visit when David was visiting Tübingen, we came up with a causal model that thinks of the data that we observe as causally influenced both by the astrophysical signal and by confounding effects from the instrument. And then we found a way to remove these confounding effects without directly measuring them, essentially from measurements of other stars that we look at the same time. And using this, we found a list of maybe 20 exoplanets. And then at some point there was this piece of news that they found water on a potentially life-friendly alien planet. And I'm always interested in astronomy news, so I read about it. But the whole news sort of got a different meaning when I saw an email from David saying, by the way, did you notice this is one of our planets? So it was a stroke of luck that people later found traces of water on that planet. And this is a planet in the habitable zone. It's a planet where in principle liquid water is possible. So that was interesting and fun. So let me loop back to symbolic AI, and so I told you about symbolic AI, about the shortcomings, and then told you why machine learning can do things that symbolic AI can't do. But then I told you about the shortcomings of machine learning. So now I'll tell you about the shortcomings of current causality research and what we need to do in the future. And so if you want, we could say in classical AI, the symbols were provided a priori, and the rules were provided a priori. Now there's two ways, so there's no statistics, there's no learning in there, and the community found two ways of introducing statistics into this. One was to do machine learning, so you learn the representations and you learn the rules. And you learn representations that preserve statistical information. The other way was to go in this direction of causal modeling, something called a structural causal model. These things are probabilistic objects, so you do explicitly handle noise, etc. But they assume that the variables are provided to you. A causal model, usually someone writes down these are the variables and then tries to analyze things. And I think what we really need is a combination of both, where we automatically learn causal representations, and we would like to learn representations of data that capture not just statistical information, but interventional information that's useful also for reasoning and planning, and that's robust under changes to a system. So we want to preserve this kind of structural information, and a lot of our work that we're doing now is trying to do this. For instance, in the visual domain, so if you, just one example, if you look at this thing here, so that's based on a neural network that initially is one that just recognizes objects, but then we find ways of making interventions in the representation space of these neural networks. So this is a real image. The one over here is also a real image, but the one in the middle is a completely synthetic image that we compute by such an intervention. And it looks kind of funny because the left one is a koala bear, the right one is a teddy bear, and this synthetic interventional image looks a little bit like a koala teddy bear, maybe. So this kind of projects, this is what we're interested in now. And so if our goal is causal representations, I think there's actually two instantiations of this field if we really achieve what we're trying to achieve. And one of these instantiations is in a field that people call data science. So data science means nowadays everything that's data-driven. Maybe you deal with regularities that are too complex to write down explicitly, and you do it data-driven. And I think, and a lot of this is now using machine learning, but I think if we do this kind of models of data, we often want models that are interventional, that are robust with respect to us intervening. We want to ask, let's say if we have a climate model, we don't want to just have an observational model of how the climate works, but we want to know what would happen to the climate if we made a certain intervention to understand the future. And I think for this we need to build digital twins that are not just statistical but causal. And this is a problem that we're thinking a lot about now. So currently, again in the context of COVID, we are looking at the data from Israel. They have very detailed data on COVID vaccinations and severe cases, etc. And we're trying to build a model where we can do a counterfactual analysis of what, not just of what happened in Israel, how did they vaccinate and how many people died, but we would like to understand what would have happened, for instance, if the vaccine prioritization would have been differently, or what would have happened if the characteristics of the disease had been different. What if the waning time of the vaccination is shorter or longer, or what if the risk profile across age groups is different? The Spanish influenza had a very different risk profile from COVID, for instance. So that's one area, and I think it fits together very well with this causal point of view, because the causal point of view gives you a nice modularization of a problem, and that then lets you combine different tools for different modules. So in this COVID vaccine project, we have some modules that are just taken from the literature, some where we plug in an actual epidemiological simulation with differential equations, and some modules that we learn from data. So that's the one. And the other representation, the other instantiation of such a causal representation is, of course, in the field of intelligence. So if we really want to understand intelligence, so Konrad Lorenz, the ethologist in Austria studying animal behavior, he once said that thinking is nothing but acting in an imagined space. So if you want to understand intelligence, you need to understand thinking, and from his point of view, that means you have to understand acting in an imagined space. So we have an imagined space in our head, and this space is not just an observational space that represents statistical dependencies. Actually, we don't think in statistical dependencies. I think it's a very counterintuitive notion for humans. Humans think in terms of causality, so we think in terms of what would happen if I made an intervention on a certain thing. And if I plant something in my head, for instance, if I plan to walk across these stepping stones, it's almost like I can see where I'm placing my feet as I pass through this Japanese garden. So that's the AI instantiation, if you want. And now, finally, if I have a few minutes left, I want to sort of look back to the big picture a little bit. So I talked about the symbolic stage of AI, then machine learning, and then about how we have to become more causal to build other kinds of models. But now I want to talk a little bit about the broader change, or the broader situation that we're in. And this with a comparison to the Industrial Revolution. And this is a picture, it was recommended by my wife, who was in the audience, by this British painter L.S. Lowry, who paints scenes of industrial revolutions in England. And she also said, this picture looks very peaceful, and I think it's because there are now cars on the picture. So that's one of these paintings. And if we think about the first two industrial revolutions, then they were both, the first one was about steam engine, water power, etc., big machines, mechanical energy. The second one about electrification. So they were all about finding new ways to process and convert energy and convert energy forms into each other. And I'm not going to say generate energy, because there's a physicist in the audience, and it's a conserved quantity. So processing and converting energy. And we could say what we are now experiencing is the same, but for information. So information is something that used to be processed by humans. For instance, the first computers I mentioned before were humans. But if you want to do it at an industrial scale, you need machines for it, and that's what computers do. At the beginning, classic AI, computer science, computers processed information that was provided to them by humans in convenient ways. In this second phase that we're now in, the computers process information also from large data sets, information that may be so diluted and distributed that we as humans might not be able to see it. But if you see millions of training points, you can extract this information. Maybe it's also in a conserved quantity. There's people are arguing about that. But now we have the tools to extract this kind of information from large data sets. And so it could be an equally far-reaching revolution that we're experiencing now. It could actually be more far-reaching than the first industrial revolutions for humans, because I think we are not, maybe there's nothing special about humans in energy. We're not proud that we are particularly good as individuals at processing energy. I don't think we think of ourselves as better or more efficient at that than animals, but we think we are better at processing information. So if we now suddenly have machines that process information, maybe it has stronger implications for us as humans. And I think we're seeing this in various fields when it comes to things like fake information, and you can generate fake information now on an industrial scale, and you can target it exactly, and you can influence elections. So there's all sorts of topics that are now suddenly not just pure technology topics, but almost all of them have some interesting and relevant societal aspect. And most of this right now is driven by machine learning. And then we have to ask ourselves, where do we stand in machine learning in Europe? And unfortunately, if we're honest, I mean, in the country, people always praise each other. Of course, if you ask the scientists, most people will say, we're doing great, we just need more money. But if we do compare internationally, then if we're honest, in machine learning, we are actually lagging behind. Of course, if you put together, I don't know if you can read this, Germany is number 6 here in this list. If you put together the European countries, then we are a force to be reckoned with. And that's what we're working on. And maybe I'll tell you a little bit about one of the reasons why Germany is still number 6 and not further down. I think there's a local reason for that, and that's connected to what we've been building in Baden-Württemberg. So we were lucky to start a Max Planck Institute dedicated exactly to this kind of AI about 10 years ago when the topic hadn't yet arrived on the political scene. So this was not, at that time, not at all driven by politics. It was driven by scientists, by Max Planck. Max Planck Society decided to start an institute. And then as the economic developments came, we started teaming up both with companies in Baden-Württemberg, but also with the government of Baden-Württemberg to build this Cyber Valley initiative. We started helping develop a federal strategy for AI and founded the Federal AI Center. And at the same time, we also, from the start, were trying to have an international element. We noticed that we can get much better students if we recruit them together with other places such as Cambridge and ETH. We have PhD programs together with these places. And then that became a model for a Europe-wide network of recruiting students together and working together, which we now call ELIS. And maybe in the last 2 minutes, I'll briefly say a few things about that. So the idea is that in the end, if we want to do top research in this field, it all comes down to people. So if you want to do the best artificial intelligence research, you need natural intelligence. And these people, they compare internationally and they go to places where it's really interesting and they expect an ecosystem. So they want top universities, but they also want industry labs and they want startups and all these possibilities, because nowadays many of the best students are trying to move into AI. It's considered a very attractive field for young people and they want to go where the action is. So we are trying to build this, and we also noticed that it's very attractive for them if they not just join one place, but a whole ecosystem across Europe. So we're bringing these European places together. We do this through joint research programs. Each of these programs brings together 10 or 20 of the top people in Europe in a field of AI. Some of them are theoretical fields or methodological fields. Some are application areas, like just health or earth systems. We also do it by starting labs across Europe. Initially, we started labs at existing institutions. So we had a competition where institutions could apply to found such a so-called ELIS unit, and we were blown away by the response. We were hoping that maybe we will get 5 or 6 such units, but it turned out that by now we have 30 such ELIS units. They all come with their own funding and want to play a role and shape this network together. And for instance, if you look at the rankings of the best AI departments in Europe, it turns out most of them already have ELIS units, even though we didn't explicitly select for the ranking, we selected for quality. And we have a PhD program together, which is extremely successful and maybe already the most visible PhD program looking from outside in Europe. So American students nowadays know the ELIS PhD program because it gives them access to top faculty from across Europe. So that's where we stand. And locally, we recently got a large donation from a private foundation, and this is complemented by generous funding from the federal state of Baden-Württemberg. So we are planning to form not just an ELIS unit, but an actual institute where we can do top-notch AI research. And in the medium term, our hope is that if Europe wants to be competitive in this field of AI, we should build a multi-centric approach. So we should have top AI labs that are connected to each other, but in multiple places. So we don't think it makes sense to have just one lab, because you have to be close to the people and to their problems. and it wouldn't work if it were just in one lab, like such as a particle accelerator, like CERN needs to be in one place. AI can be distributed, so it's going to be more than one place. But maybe a country like Germany might have several labs, and maybe many European countries will want such a lab. So that's what we're working on now. And we're getting support from various people, I think from the scientific community. The support is very strong. From the political level, there's also very strong support, especially here in Baden-Württemberg. I think they were among the first to recognize the potential of this. And yeah, we're continuing to try and improve things here because we strongly think that the kind of AI, so AI is going to change the world, or machine learning is going to change the world. And it's not clear whether all these changes will be positive. We've seen negative examples of such changes. And we think that these systems, they all are built in a cultural context. And right now, maybe many of them are built in America or in China. And maybe they're built by people who don't have exactly the same values that we have here. I'm not saying that they're better or worse, but they might be different. And I think that Europe has a broad diversity of values and a rich tradition, and I think there's something that we can really bring to the table and contribute to this development. So I think we should be playing a leading role in this. And with that, I would like to thank you and close.
Professor Dr. Schirkhoff, thank you so much for this very good presentation. Every time I see a presentation with AI, I try to understand a bit more. Regarding the time, is there a pressing question? Because we don't really have a lot of time. At the moment, not. I would have a lot, but when I look at my watch, I think we have to continue, and we will maybe speak with you later during lunch break.
See you in the break.
You will be here, right?
Yes.
So thank you so much again. Big applause.
Thank you very much.
Up next on a remote connection is Adriana Heinen from Aarhus University in Denmark, from which she also holds a PhD in anthropology, and she works there as a scientific advisor and researcher. She is originally actually Dutch and has worked in universities in Denmark, Iceland, France, and Greenland. And her research revolves around the crossfield of technology and society, and between digital and green transformation, and obviously creativity as a driver. So based on that, her keynote will explore and focus on smart cities of the future. How can we actually ensure that technology is really supporting the needs of us as citizens and as humans, and not only, a smart city being a technology test bed? So I think a very interesting question. I'm looking forward to the answers from Adriana Heinen. Welkom, hartelijk welkom.
Bedankt.
So please, your keynote, and after that we will speak for some questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the invitation to speak here on the topic of smart cities and communities. I'm sorry for not being able to be with you. The good thing for me is that perhaps the online presence avoided then some flight delays and suitcase crises, as many of you might have experienced on your way to the conference venue. And I think, as is always with technology, also with lost suitcases, they can be tracked and they can be traced down. But when the people are not in place, the people are not available, and the organization is not in place, it is not leading to the expected results. And I think that is a kind of also the theme for what I would like to talk about today, smart cities and communities, which is a lot about technology, but perhaps even more about implementation and societal and sustainable impact. So I would like to walk you through, during this presentation, through how smart cities have emerged, but also have evolved through time, and what we can expect of the term and the content in the future. We also look into kind of the Nordic perspective. The organizer here asked me also to show you some very nice examples of Smart Aarhus and the Aarhus region, so where I'm based and have been living for quite some time. And then at the end, I will look into what is next, what are the barriers, what can we expect. Perhaps around the millennium shift, of course, the development already started a bit before, but we started really to hear a kind of smart city as a buzzword. And it was very much in the contents of that technology could perhaps bear a promise that it could solve some of the complexities that we saw with increasing urbanization. So technology was a kind of equal with progress, with advances, a trust in that technology could solve waste problems or could solve traffic jams, problems with parking, smart health, smart care. So the situation was that we tried to implement technology on a traditional infrastructure. And this also means that the organization around it and the governance around it was still very silo-based. We see in that when technology was implemented after the millennium shift, you see that it often enters the public sector, the municipalities in an IT department, but then it's are the different departments that also really need to implement that and to try to integrate it. So it became as the digital technology became as several new layers on top of physical infrastructures. And of course, those integration not always matched as data and digital technology is very much a cross-cutting initiative and flow. We also see with this more technology-based approach that the technology solutions perhaps not always were delivering what they were expected to do because the situation around it, the context, the actors, and the organization was not taking into account. And I think all of you know examples of large investment in IT platforms in your own countries or municipalities that just failed, so that millions of euros were lost because of implementation failure. And this, of course, was a kind of a drawback for smart cities, and also made sure that the question arises, okay, should technology be for the sake of technology, or should technology be for the sake of society, for the well-being? So it was the connection within the smart city discourse was especially made between the introduction of new technologies, but also looking into where does it lead to give a voice to the citizens in cities. What do they would like to see of urban development, of new technologies? How can they help in their life? And also, of course, to address the inclusion, the social cohesion. Technology might be introduced, we might digitalize citizen services, but can everyone be on board in that? Has everyone the digital skills and the digital competences and the capacities to really be part of the process, or will they be left behind, and then we even have a bigger divide? So what we can see also next to a kind of this timeline that I try to describe here, that we also geographically have had several smart city models. So in the US, it has been very much tech-driven, and we can see, of course, Google, Uber, all the big players and the platforms that are really tech-driven, market-driven. With the Asian model, it's often more a top-down model where decisions are made which technology should be implemented in cities, and then this is pushed down towards the society, and citizens do not have such a strong voice as they might have in the Nordic, and now also in extending degree the EU model. So when we look at the smart cities model from a Nordic or from an EU perspective, the focus is a lot on value. So it's value-based, value-driven. It's about openness, it's about transparency, it's about democracy, about rights, ethics, skills, making sure that everyone is on board, participatory approach, etc. So we would very much like to say in the north, in the northern countries, that of course this very human-centered, people-centered approach is coming from the participatory tradition that we have had and still very strongly have in the Nordic countries, in the governance, in the way societies are managed and run. So when you look at or Google the different just smart cities, you often see a kind of these empty cities with a lot of lights and grids and lines, connectivity. But the people are often missing. So with the Nordic model and the European model, we try to bring the people to the front of this technology development, and to also very much look into the dilemmas that technology and digital transformation, which we cannot come around, brings with us, because this huge data push that the different technologies produce are of course having an impact on people's life. And I can give you just a very simple example of how also implementing and rolling out just a very simple new waste solution can have big implications for society. I have been teaching a course here in spring where we worked with different cases. So we sent students out to various municipalities to help the municipalities to solve their especially sustainable challenges through digital technologies. So we had this dialogue and work together with an island for the coast of Aarhus, Samsø, which is very well known for their innovative energy efficient solutions and their sustainability approach. They had been working with waste from a very personal perspective. One can say that waste was collected among citizens just by collecting it at the doorstep. And even in some of the cases where it was difficult to collect waste with cars, there were even examples that one of the employees of the municipality were cycling to these houses, to these remote houses, to pick up the bags, the waste bags. But from a national level, the focus is of course also on sustainability, on the green transition, and Samsø, as other places in Denmark, was asked to implement a waste collecting system that allows for the division of waste in several different items so it can be recycled. Just the simple fact that this system was introduced meant that also, of course, the bins, the containers needed to be adjusted to this division of waste in several materials. This meant that the cars also needed to be adjusted. because the cars which they used, the trucks they used nowadays to collect the waste went big enough to also be able to capture the containers. But for the people themselves, so for the citizens, this waste collection also brought another challenge, because especially people who had problems walking, they needed to bring their bin, their containers, to collect to spots where the waste was collected. So there became a huge protest from the community because of this a new waste system. And it was, of course, connected to IoT device and monitoring, and to really make this into efficient processes. But it felt for many of the citizens that the municipality had left them behind, because they could not get their waste collected. So this very personal approach, all of a sudden, with a simple and very ambitious on the Green Agenda initiative, had an effect on the collaboration between the municipality and the citizens. So it's not always with the technology implementation that we need to bring users on board with the acceptance, but it also has an impact, a broader impact on social relationships between people and the value of these social relationships on local communities. And that is, of course, very important always to take into account in the beginning, but is also a challenge to do so. From a Nordic perspective, several initiatives have emerged here the past years to kind of come around these different dilemmas that the implementation of technology and data-driven solutions in urban settings arise. And there is also a guide from the Danish Standard Organization that also addresses these dilemmas. So there are different publications around. But when we look into the Nordic Smart City Roadmap, which is from 2021, the dilemmas put forward are the machine versus human. And this is, of course, when we just produce large amount of data, where is the data ownership? I mean, the GDPR is, of course, really trying to tackle this on the legal side. Initiatives as My Own Data, Fair Data are very important. Also because our European Nordic smart cities movement is so value-based. What also came from the Nordic countries is why are we only talking about smart cities and not about smart cities and communities? Because aren't it so that also the connectivity and the technology can be beneficial for people living at the countryside, and perhaps also with the more remote possibilities now of working, we also have a flexibility. So the big urban countryside divide, rural divide, is perhaps not as necessary. And it might also be that there are innovations in the rural areas that can be beneficial for the cities to learn from. So that is where we see a change, that we then talk about smart cities and communities. We also see this focus on local and small scale that sometimes clashes with the export and the globalization, and the challenge that we also need to scale up so we can collaborate, we can adjust our technology very much to a local context. But if we then want to scale it, if we then want to have economic benefit out of those innovations, how do we come around that? Then it's the exploitative and the nature-based, because we have still this promise of technology is really the way to help solve the very urgent climate crisis. But on the other side, the more data we produce, the more energy we are consuming. And also all the raw materials that are in our devices, that is really, really a problem. So it has two sides of the coin. And then, of course, the inclusion, the involvement, the accessibility. It is very hard to have all citizens on board in the digital transformation that is happening at the moment. So how can we avoid that people are not left behind, who cannot follow, that all the mail all of a sudden arrives in a digital box rather than in their post boxes at home? When we look a little bit into the specific case of Aarhus, as I also was asked to introduce you to, we can see that Aarhus is very much in line with what we see is happening in a Nordic perspective and has happened. Aarhus is the second town of Denmark. It is in the central Denmark region. And I'm focusing here a little bit on Aarhus, but Aarhus has a whole ecosystem in the region of connected players, of innovation hubs, of creative clusters, etc., etc. So there's a very strong regional ecosystem. In Aarhus, we have, of course, the Aarhus University, where I am working and I am at the moment. But we also have other knowledge and institutions and educational institutions, companies. So there's a young, vibrant city. The city has a very ambitious climate strategy. It would like to be carbon neutral in 2030, and their smart cities and smart Aarhus is, of course, very important. It has, as I said, a very strong ecosystem and strong partnerships. And there we work a lot with the quadruple helix because the collaborative and the participatory approach is so important. A side which is perhaps not enough touched upon in these smart city development and digital transformation is how that is extremely important. The governance models that facilitate and that lead the way. So in Aarhus, the governance is very open, very based on dialogue, on the dialogue with the citizens. So there are open hours, there is experimentation with different consultation methods. There is an open consultation platform. People can easily access politicians and political leaders. There are open hours at the library where people can meet up and physically meet also the political leaders. And there are several grassroots organizations in the city, very creative forces who help actually the municipality with the urban development. We have Institute for X, we have the Southern Harbour. So there are these spaces in Aarhus where there is very much a bottom-up approach, but where the grassroots are not opposite to the governance, to the local governments, but are working together to create livable cities and to make sure that this inclusive and social cohesion agenda is also supported. Aarhus is also one of the front runners with regard to open data and open data portals. So this has, of course, also, again, a citizen effect because open data also shows citizens what the municipality, what the city is working on and what the other partners are working on. And it's at the same time is an active reaching out to the citizen to ask, what do you think is important that we include in the open data? There's, of course, also a business side on that companies can use the data to develop services, etc. So I think that is also very important. And then we can see that these ecosystem partnerships are really taking seriously in Aarhus and in the region. I said that we are using a quadruple helix model. So government, academia, and industry is working together. And it's not that they only work together on one single topic, but the relationships are there and people meet each other in very different contexts. So they are constantly emerge new projects, and we really try to make sure that the impact of the different big initiatives, like Aarhus was Cultural Capital in 2017, iCapital finalist. Now the city also has been selected as the new city's mission for climate neutrality. And we are also, from the university side, associate partner in the new European Innovation Technology and Knowledge Innovation Community within the creativity and the cultural sector and industry with the ICE consortium. So we try really to build on all these different projects and initiatives that we have been doing together, and to link that to the European level, and to boost our ecosystem through these different initiatives. Also, with regard to collaboration, we can of course look into the external collaboration, but smart cities also relate very much on the internal collaboration, and we need, through the external collaboration, we are also pressed to look within our own organizations and to move away from more silent government, from more fragmented initiatives. And this is really also something where we really can innovate in the public sector context, because it's shown to be extremely important when a technology or and need to be tested or demonstrated or implemented, that it often, when it hits the everyday business and practice and deliveries in a single department, it's hard to really have this extra resource to invest and to innovate and to join partnership to move this forward. So what the city of Aarhus also has been experimenting with is to have a common resource rather than that the budget is dependent on specific departments. So there's a lot of work to be invested in the cross-cutting, and this is really necessary within the digital transformation. Just to show you kind of some examples of what is happening in the city right now, we have the Smart Aarhus City Lab, which is situated next to the library. So again, to stress very much the collaborative participatory approach, where there is a testbed demonstration site, and of course this also have two sides. I mean, the testing is of course also for the sake of technology and implementation, but it gives also for the citizens a view into what is happening within the fabric of the city with the implementation of new technologies and also the visualization of data, for example. The City Lab is also connected to Aarhus University campus, in geographically speaking, so they are side by side, and this means that also, again, the ecosystem approach makes that the test bed and the living lab is not only limited to the area within where the city of Aarhus, the municipality, reigns, but can also be expanded through the partnerships in other areas of the city. So a larger testbed and living lab is possible to also include other topics than pure technology based, but perhaps also quality of life for the students at Aarhus University campus. Then there is this very experimental living lab and test bed in some very practical, so unfolded in some very practical initiatives. So there is the waste shark in the harbor in this in the city lab area. There is this experimentation with smart health and smart care, and we have also been doing several projects together where with very low-cost sensors, people have been cycling around to collect data on air pollution, of course also linked to the Open Data Initiative. So there's a lot of these very open, experimental, involving initiatives around. So to sum up, what can we also see is going to happen next? We have seen this movement also through the case of Aarhus described here, from technology, a focus on technology, to a more Nordic or European value-based approach to smart cities and communities. The people, the human-centered, the integration of technology to secure the well-being of citizens and increase the quality of life. But there is something else which is happening at the moment, which I can see around me in the several initiatives, and that is very much pushed also by the green transformation, by the quest for carbon neutrality, and of course also by the very sad events with the war in Ukraine and the scarceness of resources as a result of that. So we can see that we perhaps become more and more aware that we as people and humans are perhaps not as much in the center of the world as we would have liked to see. So we can see that the focus is more on both the environmental and also the societal ecosystem. So we are part of something and we are in it together. So we will see that the digital technologies can become also very much data-driven, but that they are really in support of the green transformation as the climate and the carbon neutral quest is really, really urgent and really, really pressing. It will only will be more urgent and pressing the coming decades. So we will see a kind of a broader and widening unfolding of the smart city concepts within the digital and the green transformation, and very much thinking the digital and the green transformation together, and thinking the sustainability, of course, in the well-being of cities, but also the well-being of the environment. And then all part of a collaborative, multi-stakeholder process. So I thank you for listening, and I wish you a continuous, very interesting conference.
Thank you so much, Adriana Heinen, for your keynote on focusing on smart cities, and thanks for those very interesting projects that you do in Aarhus. Very interesting. Are there any questions from the audience here at Hospitalhof? We do have microphones around, so if there's a question, just raise your hand. There is none online. Maybe just a quick question to you. So, okay. Obviously, we're here at the Creativity World Forum. So, how would you say, how important is creativity when it comes to smart cities? So how is it connected, and how will it maybe also be in the future?
I think it's really, really important. I have not been touching so much on it, perhaps not enough in this presentation. But I think it's especially also in the collaborative approach, in the participatory approach. It's creativity and culture can do a lot. It can also widen our understanding of what is happening at the moment, to bring new perspectives in, to really release an innovation potential in the technology development that we need to solve these very complex issues and problems.
Yeah, that's very true. Thank you so much. Then another applause for you, and greetings to Aarhus.
Thank you.
So, before lunch, between now and lunch, we will have a deep dive into games and Ludic culture from the member region Tampere, I hope I pronounced that kind of right, in Finland. We will be welcoming here on stage Professor Franz Mayra, who is the Professor of Information Studies and Interactive Media with a specialization in digital culture and game studies at Tampere University. There he's also heading the Game Research Lab for now 20 years and is also the director of the Center of Excellence in Game Culture Studies. So he will now discuss, you may also already come on stage, and he will be, yeah, okay, just an applause. So you will be talking about the role of games in society and also have a little outlook on how AR is actually, yeah, will be influencing us in the future. So I'm very excited. Thanks for being here. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay. Yes. So indeed, very proud and happy to be here today. My title is The Future of Ludic Culture. But in order to understand the future, you need to also understand about the past. So I will be talking a bit about the games and game culture from this kind of historical perspective also. So let's move forward. Yes. It's a bit slow to react. Yeah. So I'm a researcher of games as a form of culture, but also of games and play as an element of culture and society more generally. The traditional status of games as culture has been mostly rather ambiguous, let's say. Games have been sometimes vilified as a form of lowbrow entertainment, and they have been accused of being either violent or filled with sexual stereotypes. Play is also quite commonly still seen as something that is mostly for children rather than for adults. Games and play are a domain that needs to be regulated. That seems to be the idea. And for a long time, the dominant part and area of video game research was also focused on gaming effects and particularly on gaming harms. So gaming was bad for you. This public discourse is in rather stark contrast with the popularity, richness, and also ancient history of games in culture. As far as we know, playing is older than human race. There's ample evidence of animal play, and let's move this slide. Yeah, okay. A bit tricky remote here. And multiple theories explain the evolution of games and play derived from the many benefits of play and creativity have for our adaptivity, survival, and quality of life. From this perspective, gaming is good for you. The perspective of cultural scholarship is usually not focused on the benefits or harms. We do not generally ask whether reading War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy or watching The Godfather by Francis Ford Coppola will harm or benefit you in some instrumental manner. The great works of culture are important for their own sake. And it's part of being a civilized person to have experienced them, or at least knowing about them and their artistic and cultural significance. The historical trajectory of games development has been simply amazing in the recent decades. The previous long centuries and millenniums of gaming history have featured multitudes of original and traditional games, particularly in areas such as outdoor sports, yard games, as well as various physical games of skill and luck, including many different board and card games, for example. And it should be noted that also several of the early digital games, like Pong, for example, was an adaptation of the table tennis game. And also there were yard games like playing hide and seek that are at the behind of popular game genres like chasing games, platformers, and also many action games today. But it can be claimed that the application of digital technologies, computation, and digital media into gaming completely revolutionized its character. There were suddenly gaming boards that were infinitely expansive. They could grow into expansive virtual worlds inhabited by millions of other players. The players themselves could be mixed with computer-controlled characters, steered by simple rules or by complex artificial intelligence, one of the other themes of these keynotes here. So multiple different sensors and controllers were designed to facilitate the interplay between the digital and physical domains. The increasingly high-definition displays of audiovisual spectacle were one direction of development in game design and culture. One could experience simulated versions of air battles between supersonic jet planes, or visits to faraway planets, or explorations of history and fantasy alike, all safely in front of the gaming console or computer at home. But audiovisual spectacles with high-intensity action have not been the only developmental direction of gaming, and there are important alternative artistic routes for the future evolution of game cultures. The text adventure games are an important precursor that has actually a much longer history in digital gaming than the three-dimensional action games. The first text adventures included a simple text-only interface that allowed exploration of virtual imaginary spaces, as in the Colossal Cave Adventure from 1975 or Zork from 1977. Another developmental direction was provided already earlier by so-called chatbots, like the simple psychotherapist simulation ELIZA by Joseph Weizenbaum, also connected to the AI history from 1966. There has been a long evolution of interactive fiction since then, leading into several complex subgenres of games with depth in narratives, characters, and interactions alike. Artistic and experimental games such as Dear Esther, featured somewhere there, have led to the emergence of an entire genre, somewhat ambiguously often called walking simulators. Also in 2000s, so-called art games have become an increasingly visible element in game culture, often commenting on contemporary culture, society, ideologies, or conventions of commercial games in self-reflexive and critical manner. Independent and experimental games and their designers, like the Italian Paolo Pedersini, known popularly as Molle Industria, have produced small-budget games like Queer Power on changing gender roles, Oilikarkki, about oil industry, or the McDonald's video game about the fast food industry. The artistic and critical potential of these kinds of games relies on innovative uses of games' fundamental interactive characteristics. In the McDonald's video game, for example, the player is positioned as the fast food company CEO, and while making so-called optimal business choices, is gradually made to realize the arguably unethical consequences. In games, doing is knowing, and personal experience from manipulating complex dynamic systems opens up new experiences based on personal experience of agency. Looking more into the future trends, technically, the single most important transformation in gaming during the last decade has been the rise of mobile gaming. In our studies, we have seen playing with smartphones overcome such computer and console video game forms, the classical ones. In Finland, almost 60% of our people play games with their smartphones. Mobile games are typically simplified versions of puzzle, strategy, action, and other game genres that have become well-known and popular elsewhere. But there are also unique, original potentials in mobile gaming that I believe will show the way into the future of gaming and interactive storytelling more generally. Around the turn of the century, we started in Tampere a series of experiments and studies on location-based mobile multiplayer gaming, a topic that was very technically challenging at the time, but we thought that would be showing the way to the future. There was then prototypes, there were developments and commercial products taken up by several gaming studios. For example, our Songs of the North prototype had some features that inspired Shadow Cities, a game by a Finnish company, and that was then inspiring some elements in Ingress by Niantic, spin-off from Google, that then inspired Pokemon Go as a very notable late arrival. Part of the success of 1916 hit phenomena of Pokemon Go, and also an explanation why none of the other similar location-based games have become as popular, is that Pokemon is a transmedial franchise phenomena. The Pokemon phenomena can rely on trading card game to present new generations of collectible Pokemon creatures, on anime television series to provide narrative and emotional depth to the Pokemon story world, and the main Pokemon series of video games to expand its gameplay dynamics, and of course on mobile games like Pokemon Go for providing it for augmented reality and urban gameplay extensions. The combination of walking simulator style, so-called ambient narrative gameplay, with location-based mobile gaming holds potential for new kinds of distributed interactive experiences. This will no doubt be true not only for gaming, but for example, for areas like tourism, applications in education, marketing, and various other kinds of infotainment applications. The faster mobile networks and increasingly powerful smartphones have already provided the foundation and even revolutionized information seeking, and location information and other contextually aware potentials is an important part of providing added value for the mobile users. In terms of actual interface technologies and controls, there are two opposite developmental directions in addition to the more traditional screen and keyboard or gamepad-based approaches in gaming. The development of consumer applications for virtual reality, VR technologies, are driven by VR gaming, which requires lightweight, inexpensive, powerful and responsive VR headsets and controllers to become widely available. There was a rather strong growth in the early stages of the global pandemic in VR gaming, as the opportunities for real-world activities and social situations were drastically reduced. The future avenues opened up by VR gaming are a natural extension of wide-ranging and immersive types of gaming, like those taking place in large virtual role-playing and sandbox-style open game worlds, in action adventures, and various simulation gaming genres. The immersive gamer forms the core audience for traditional high production value focused so-called AAA game developments. At the same time, a much larger audience actually mostly does not prefer such immersive experiences that would very powerfully insulate them away from the real-world context and social situations. For those people, the future promise of augmented and mixed reality technologies is perhaps more easily palatable. Currently, Pokemon Go is the most widely used augmented reality application in the world, with a particular game mode that utilizes the smartphone camera and shows how fictional Pokemon creatures can be seen and interacted with as almost seamlessly embedded elements in the shared physical reality. According to our research, however, one of the paradoxes of games like Pokemon Go is that most players prefer to turn off the AR game mode. It is easier and very much faster to capture creatures and progress in the game in the simpler, more traditional video game display mode. The actual gameplay in this game is thus not built around or focused on augmented reality or mixed reality applications. And those experiences are something that the next generation AR gaming will be providing and still remains for future innovators to come up with. In principle, the low latency and high bandwidth 5G mobile networks are already promising the technological infrastructure needed for the next generation shared mixed reality experiences. This is particularly crucial for implementing the next generation seamless AR games and services where the AR information displays or fictional gaming elements stay anchored with the physical reality and react immediately to the actions of users. The predominant interface for these experiences is predicted to be based on smart glasses of some kind or even contact lenses, smart ones, transparently display devices that will integrate the digital reality with the physical environment. Both the smart glasses and contact lenses are under research and development in multiple places, but not yet ready to fulfill the promise of next generation AR gaming. Featured here, I have some concept images of Apple's possibly forthcoming AR glasses and also the augmented contact lenses prototype from Mojo Vision. But from the perspective of art and culture of gaming, the underlying technologies are just one part of the overall picture. The actual gaming content is one of the main elements, and there is need for more fundamental innovations in making mixed reality a truly successful environment for creative work. Some interesting areas to investigate relate both to the so-called indie art games with strong messages or storylines. I feature there in the middle of the slides a game called That Dragon Cancer. That is actually an autobiographical game by Ryan and Amy Green. It tells the first-person experience of having a small child that is dying out of cancer and puts the player into very precious moments and deep reflections of the value of life and each passing moment. So that is one definite direction to learn from. Or there are all these other more independent productions. I have featured small pictures, there are lots of them, from the live action role-playing or LARP scene, a game type that is particularly developed in Europe and in Nordic countries as an art form with thousands of independent artists and hobbyists that are experimenting in various blended realities with techniques that are sometimes low-tech and sometimes rather high-tech. This leads to the other main element of a viable next-generation creative gaming culture, the shared practices, norms, and values. The world where play can take place anywhere and everywhere needs to be embedded in what I call Ludic culture, a socio-cultural reality where play and games are recognized parts in culture and everyday social life. Our team and research center have been focusing on the Ludic culture for over 2 decades already, and during the time we have witnessed a gradual development where, for example, adult play, casual play, social play, and intermixing of play with work is becoming more acceptable and typical. Also, using games for well-being is often seen as a natural part of our life. Also, featured in the slides, those major esports tournaments tell about one area of culture where gaming is becoming more and more visible, and it's also becoming an area where playing games is not the primary form of engagement with game culture, but it's also an audience sport and audience culture. Simultaneously, we have also seen gradual growth in ludic literacy, meaning that more people are capable of perceptive observations, analysis, and distinguishing critiques on how games and play are designed or operating, as well as of rising game cultural capital, as more people discuss, for example, the undertakings of esports tournaments or celebrity streamers. On the dark side of game culture, the political polarization was also encountered early on in the game culture in the shape of #Gamergate campaign and its attacks of harassment. Ludic culture also means spread of gamification apps that, for example, link your personal exercise data and try to persuade you to move more. On the other hand, in People's Republic of China, we have an example of an entire country where the ludic culture has taken a dark turn with a combination of surveillance and gamification techniques. They have a system called social credit that is combined with all the actions that can be provided as this kind of very powerful monitoring and sort of punishment tool for people who are not behaving according to the rules of the game as the party thinks those should be in the society. In the West, there are important signs of increasing cultural acceptance and even of societal institutionalization for games and play as forms of culture. For example, in Finland, featured in the slides, we have the Finnish Museum of Games that was opened in Tampere in 2017 after a successful crowdfunding campaign and public-private partnership. There are educational curricula that rely largely on games. One can study to become a professional game player or an esports coach today. And there are academic degree programs that focus either on the art of game development or an analytical and scientific study of games and play, or both. Arguably, we are moving towards a ludic society where the ability to differentiate between multiple forms of games and to understand, to apply and participate in the dynamics of gameplay is a given. Recently, the fusion of gaming, virtual reality technologies and online communication services has been making headlines under the call sign Metaverse. The system of interconnected, persistent online virtual 3D worlds where social interactions, organized events, shopping, and even virtual property ownership can take place is actually a rather old idea in new media terms and has been part of science fiction visions and particularly dystopias like Neil Stephenson's novel Snow Crash for a few decades already. The earlier social and gaming-focused virtual worlds like Second Life, in the lower right, and World of Warcraft, upper right, arguably already contain many of the key elements that are now being reintroduced and rebranded as so-called metaverse. In the end, what will be the future of ludic culture? The lessons that the history of digital gaming and game cultures more generally have to offer for contemporary creators, policymakers, and citizens alike relate to what I called socio-cultural sustainability. The potentials of green gaming, nature exploration, and environmentally themed games is hugely important, as anyone knows these days just by walking outside with these climate problems that we have globally. But the sociocultural sustainability is about responsible social design and cultural awareness in games. It is far too easy to see signs of dark ludic future where the combined forces of state and commercial surveillance dominate, where corporate interests turn our public spaces into giant shopping malls, where every surface and avatar character has been transformed into branded property with techniques of augmentation and virtualization, if we are not careful and take precautions in our policy and service development. The screenshot here is from a short film called Hyperreality that I recommend everybody to watch. It can be found online by Keiji Matsuda. And basically, it shows that what would a reality show like if we would have this wild west of development of gamifying the society and using augmented reality at the same time. You would be basically all the time having all kinds of signs and games and points and systems that would be widely overlapping and interlaid on top of each other. The well-being of people of all ages and the social accountability in the future society-wide development projects require informed decision-making, and there are many lessons to be derived from studying the historical developments in gaming and ludic culture. Okay, so that was my message today. Here are some web addresses where you can freely download our research, our publications, and read more about the outcomes of our games and play research. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. There we are. So, is there a question from the audience first about games? What are you interested in? This is your chance before lunch. So, do you maybe have some advice for each and every one of us when it comes to creativity, to innovations? How can we actually use games, like each and every one of us in our daily routine? How can we use games to foster creativity? Do you have some advice for us?
Well, basically, I think that games are really natural playground as an extension of creativity. So, games are created, and we do not need to be plain consumers of games. We can also be creators of games. So I encourage basically everybody to think about our everyday lives, how we can make them more playful and more creative, and experiment with little rule changes of our daily routines and thereby invigorate and find new perspectives. But there's certainly in the area of game development lots of unexplored opportunities, like I tried to highlight today, that all of you basically, you have something to give to the future of games and the ludic society. And I think that it is something that is so impactful that it should not be in the hands of a small elite group of gamers, but it should be something that all of us, all the citizens of this society contribute to, and argue also that what are the outcomes and the consequences of having certain kind of games as in contrast to some other.
That's very good. So really integrate it into your daily routine. Let's do that. Who's hungry? Little game. Franz Meirer, thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you. Big applause again. So these were the 3 keynotes we had here this morning about AI, smart cities, games. And after lunch, we will divide into different groups. So we will not be all together in the plenum. We will divide into your pre-booked workshops. I hope you did. If not, please go to the information downstairs and they will help you. And I know some of the workshop hosts, and I can tell you that they're going to be very interesting, very informative. We will divide into the groups. You have, please have a look where your workshop is taking place. They're on the ground floor in different rooms. Also here, I think in this room, literally on the side, there will the workshops be taking place. Or you come here, you stay with me in the plenum, and we will have some insights into how to fight Zoom fatigue. I think that's very good in those times. Also, we will have a look into architecture and digital twins in the fashion industry. And to guide you out of here, you can see they're already in place again. We have, again, Ultimate Music Live to be guiding you into lunch break. So please have a nice lunch break, some really good creative conversations, let those energy flow, play some games, whatever, have some good workshops. And I'll see you back here at 3:45 at the Plenum for our final sessions all together. Have fun. See you later. Bye. Ultimate Music Live here again too after our lunch break. Thank you so much. And I've just read on your Instagram page that you won't stop until we dance. So I think next time we kind of have to be a bit more active here, right? Thanks so much. Looking forward again. So, hello again. Welcome back after lunch break. I hope you had some nice Maultaschen. I've had a couple. Welcome to our online viewers as well. I hope you had some nice lunch at home as well. And yes, we are now here in our smaller session. So there are some workshops taking place. We are here in the Plenum and we have some more very interesting sessions. And the next session is for all of you who are sometimes a bit tired of those Teams and Zoom calls. So how to fight the Zoom fatigue, that's our presentation now from Alison Crank and Christoph Merkle. Alison is a designer and researcher who is exploring the intersection of art, technology, architecture, and she has been working with so many different and interesting clients and projects. She lives and works in Switzerland, is originally, I think, from the US, if I remember. And I had the pleasure to be seeing Alison already at Raumwelten. Some of you might know the conference here in Ludwigsburg. So I'm really much looking forward to your presentation. And today she will be joining forces with Christoph Merkle, who is a spatial designer and concept artist. And he really likes to experiment with storytelling, creating experiences and virtual architecture. Also, he passes on his learnings at Hochschule Luzern for Design und Kunst. So a very big welcome to our two speakers, Alison Crank, Christoph Merkle.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, let's go.
Okay, so hi everybody. I'm Alison.
I'm Christoph.
And thank you for coming to hear us talk today. We're going to be talking about virtual spaces and in particular about some projects that we've been working on as well and what you can do with them. We have some quotes here to start it off from two
always
important
start
geniuses.
with quotes.
So one from Albert Einstein about reality and also Tupac. Very important. And a bit about who we are, so thank you for the introduction. We also both have pets, which is very important.
Hello. Is that a Frappuccino you have here?
It was her first Puppuccino experience. It's a very American thing, and they didn't understand it in Europe, and eventually in Zurich, they did. It was a beautiful experience.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, and I have a cat, and he gives me sometimes tattoos, like you have.
It's domestic abuse.
He's a designer too. Okay, let's go to the next slide.
And these are some of the clients that we've worked with over the years, working on virtual projects, mostly digital or sometimes phygital.
Yes. Yeah, and together we built the ITFS, Mozilla Hub's virtual spaces, and also the virtual spaces of Raumwelten. And we're going to have also a workshop right after this presentation where we're going to show you how we did that through the design, guide you through the design process, or answer all your questions you have. We're here for you. And we also experiment a lot with all these kind of different platforms, different devices, and also from a designer's perspective, how the people adopt this kind of technology, what works well, what not, because we're still really in the beginning of these kind of platforms.
And we also teach together.
Yeah, we try. Yeah, this is, for example, the ITFS 22 that we did. That is the Schlossplatz that yesterday we were one of the first times standing on the Schlossplatz, although we had to remodel and create all of that. It was really interesting experience. And we did like this, the main space that welcomes and greets all the persons, but then we also did some exhibition spaces like the game zone where you can consume like contents that has been done from other artists or from universities, and stuff like that.
And we'll go more into detail about how to make these spaces, the tools, the platforms in our workshop.
So the overview of our talk, of our next 35 minutes, you got your Apple Watch stopping. We don't want to waste too much of your time. What are virtual meeting spaces and why should you care? What makes a good one? What makes a bad one? What we have observed until now? How you can build them, but more in detail in our workshop later. And yeah, we give you any design tips at the end. So yeah, point one.
What are virtual meeting spaces, and why should I care about them? So technically, it's a unique identifier, but basically it allows people from multiple locations around the world to collaborate in real time in some virtual space. And so these meeting rooms are referred to as this. And there's a bit of history on this.
Yeah, the need for collaborating or internet or the interest comes a long time ago. Like one of the first projects I have seen comes from LucasArts, and it was called Habitat 1986, where about those people that had some sort of internet could connect together in a 2D world and experience stories together. So it's a really interesting project worth researching. And also there's another project worth highlighting, CitySpace VR, which was one of the first, I don't know if the first, VR metaverse software where people that had this huge VR thing that you could see in the keynote before, like these NASA things, could connect together in a virtual space, but of course died with the first wave of VR headsets. But they are all important predecessors of the virtual spaces. And of course, worth mentioning, these are not VR. Worlds Chat, that is a kind of predecessor of the crazy VR chat software that we have today. And also Second Life, that was kind of metaverse before the metaverse was cool, or a hype word, where people were already selling real estate assets, having avatars and everything. These were very important projects.
And of course, all of you probably have met in a virtual meeting space, and that is still a space, even if it's just a framed 2D view from your home. So, for example, we all have done this.
Yay.
This is a virtual meeting space, because essentially your framed view of your architecture of the room that you are in allows other people with their spaces and their worlds to actually come into yours, albeit through your screen. So it's not the most amazing thing, but it works as a virtual space. And well, we all know COVID, and we all know the story of this, but basically, at the very beginning, when people couldn't meet, we were meeting online. For instance, were doing Zoom Teeny meetings and like having games and friends, and so at the very beginning, everyone was very excited, and you plan these meetings, and then, then it started happening like this, especially at work. Passive-aggressive a little bit.
It still happens today.
Still happens today.
People are mute, or can I screen share? No, I don't have the rights. Oh, give me the rights. Okay, no, can I screen share? Do you see what I see? Somehow it's not like really the UX, UI doesn't really work well.
It doesn't translate well, so like half the conversations are about the logistics.
But the important thing that we're trying to say here is that we had to start using them because of COVID. That was really important. For me, it would be interesting how it would have developed all this topic that we are about to tell you, if COVID wasn't there. Well, I guess it would be all that craziness in person, but I don't know.
And then eventually this happened. Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
How many hours can you be on Zoom each day?
It takes a lot cognitively. Sometimes a lot of my meetings are remote, but I like to keep my meetings less than an hour because I feel like after an hour, your brain just starts going, and eventually, you're not concentrating full time. But it drains a lot, actually.
Yeah, I think, for me it's like 1.5, 2 hours. What about you? Who can stay longer than 2 hours on Zoom? No?
Oh, okay.
What's your
trick?
record?
Is it by choice?
By choice, you have to. Or do you have a special recipe how you can stay that long in Zoom?
No, but it's forced. You have to do it, and so you don't have the choice. But after a day with about more than 5 and 6 hours of Zoom meetings, you're very erschöpft, very
very tired. Yeah. It's the same thing with you, or you?
We all run around.
I'm still a student, and sometimes I have about 7 or 8 hours a day.
Wow.
And it could be the same lecture, so sometimes I would have like international financial reporting for 7 hours straight, pretty much.
Oh my God.
So what's your recipe for keeping that much information coming from a flat screen? And
taking notes to keep my hands busy.
Wow,
otherwise I'll just drift off right away.
Yeah, that's impressive, because when I teach and we had to do remote things, after 45 minutes, my students are gone somewhere else. You know, they just slowly slip under the camera, and then the camera goes off, and then they're somewhere else. So I took the hybrid approach and record everything, and they can watch it when they want it. But yeah, it's real, and I'm happy that for you it's also something that's not hard, because, I mean, every person is different. Some people take energy standing in front of others, some receive, and maybe some people receive energy from Zoom, but I haven't. Have you encountered someone like that?
Well, I like to introduce my dog. Because I always feel like that gives a little bit of energy. And she's always, very eager for it.
Okay.
So whenever a person brings their cat or their dog on the screen, I feel a little bit of the energy, for sure.
Yeah. Okay, let's go.
And of course, it is real.
Scientifically proven.
Bam. And of course, we all know this as well, probably because some of us have had conferences or festivals or events that were canceled. And then last minute, of course, we had to reshuffle them into different types of formats. So trying to make these festivals exist online, which you can't really translate, because the whole festival environment, bumping into someone to have a coffee, the fun parts are really the networking parts afterwards, having your lunch with people, these kinds of things. And that's not really possible in these virtual formats, and certainly not on Zoom. But we needed to adjust and adapt. And and these boxes don't cut it when it comes to festivals. So we also want to talk to you about other kinds of virtual meeting spaces. This is called Gather. I used this with my students, actually, when I was teaching them. They were based in Australia, and I had to teach from Europe because I couldn't travel. And this is really interesting because you have like a little world where you can kind of move around, like your 8-bit character. And as you get closer, your videos come together. And if you move further away, your video goes away. So like I had like a bathroom in one of our rooms. It's like, if you have to go to the bathroom, just go to the bathroom. So the kids would like walk off, their video would go away, and then they come back. And then you do like breakouts where people just like go to different parts, and then they explore parts of the world. So it is Zoom, but there's this virtual aspect to it, albeit it's 2D. And like kind of gamey and fun, but it did introduce a whole new way of kind of using Zoom. And this is a platform that you can use, even for free, up to a certain amount of people.
Yeah, this one is Via Bella. It's more for bigger festival, up to 200 until 2,000 people, but has like a very strict style and the way it looks, and you cannot really add a lot of architecture to it. They have a lot of rooms and workshops and festivals already pre-made, but it's also a very interesting and especially working solution for bigger festivals.
And this one actually is a platform that I use as well when creating projects, multiplayer projects, like with Unity essentially. And it's used with like Museum of Other Realities, a lot of VR games actually. And it's very interesting because you can really create immersive worlds as if you're going into a game. You can create the avatars, and you build this space. So this is really ideal, but obviously very expensive because you need to, be creating a whole game essentially. And clearly some spaces are better than others.
Yeah, okay, so the next point. So here we have some good use cases. Yeah, you can read that. We should have made the font check before. but I guess you can all read that. But let's go to the next slide. I will read it down.
Okay.
So here we have Half by Normal VR, which is an outstanding VR experience, which doesn't try to recreate reality, except for the basis of orientation, waypoints, maybe stairs, but then really goes into surreal architecture and the use of colors and makes the virtual space really interesting to experience. And also brings in the avatars. Please don't forget the avatars. Don't bring normal human avatars, bring avatars that could enrich in the space you live in.
They're
right?
really cute avatars.
Yeah.
And that's really important because I really hate avatars that try to look like people and then it looks like you're in a bad version of Second Life and it's like, it's 2022. You know, technology and ideas have changed since then.
It's always a double-edged knife. You can do really good, but you can do really harm with traumatic avatars that don't have movements of the face and everything. Another one is one of my favorites, but I guess yours as well. Architectural company Space Popular that did this festival place in a very unique minimalistic architecture that they did in Mozilla Hubs. It needed to be low poly so everybody can connect it. If you have a mobile phone or you have an old laptop, everybody could join to that festival and see it. And we're going to speak more about hubs later in our workshop. And they also embody the concept for avatars that fit beautifully in these spaces.
And to add with this point, it's about adoption and accessibility versus immersion and experience. Because not everyone has the best devices, the best Wi-Fi or whatever. So you kind of have to choose one or the other. Do we want this to reach the largest group of people with mobile devices, or is our audience actually going to have like VR headsets or VR or PCs, like gaming PCs? And depending on that, you can make a really immersive, crazy experience, or you do something for adoption and accessibility, in which case the world is going to be smaller, more simple. Also, the interactions have to be simpler, simply because devices and technology and Wi-Fi.
Yeah, and that's something that we are excited for because it comes out end of this month, next month. It's from Meta Horizon World from Facebook, where all their research into creating lifelike avatars and all the other research Facebook did will go into. And you all heard Mark talking about the metaverse, and we are excited what he does, and we'll use that research for our advantage or against us, but let's hope the good.
And despite what you might think about Meta Horizons, which that's totally fine, I think there's something interesting about their approach, and it's this user-centered design, really going back to the individual user and building the world according to that, what would be the best experience for that person and to connect with their friends. So we do find that that's a really important thing to do when you create these spaces. And this last one here is about really focusing on creating an environment that pushes emotion and feeling that kind of will help you create a memory. Not information, because we do not perceive text really well when it's by a screen or via a Zoom call. Like cognitive information, please give that to me before, where I can digest that at my own pace, where I can kind of go back and reflect. But when I'm in these spaces, I really just want to feel and have like a sense of my sensory perception levels heightened. And so this example, Moringa, which is a very beautiful VR world that was created for people to kind of go in and just get lost and explore. And it was designed really to be a memorable experience, kind of like walking through like a virtual pleasure garden of the 21st century.
Okay, let's talk about bad virtual spaces. Tries to recreate the world in virtual formats. And information overload, full of text, flat images. It's complicated to interact because you have to maybe explain the user 30 minutes how to use it, how to navigate. Ignore scale, navigation, locomotion. Has too many things that we're not accustomed to in the real world in terms of navigation and locomotion, and forgets about the core part of memories. And we have one bad example, which the company we won't mention, but it's not the companies that are here on screen, but it's from a very big company, and that has also an awesome collaboration software. But in this space, you see that it's recreating the world too much, has a lot of very cold architecture, like gray, is out in somewhere in the ocean, we don't know where we are, has a stage, lights, audio, and has the weirdest avatars I have seen. Some weird persons in dark suits wearing sunglasses and has this microphone.
That's the coolest person to be.
2 days ago, I have seen the movie James Bond, No Time to Die. And they're the same. Persons with glasses, AI eyes, and weird suits and dark things, doing shady things on an island where the ocean is all far out. So what would James Bond do, like he did in the movie? He stays in the space and looks that it gets deleted and stays until there and get deleted as well. And I don't do that.
Yeah, please don't. Also, this space, this event, I don't think any of you guys would want to join and be a part of that. No. So, well, why would I care about this? Why is this important? COVID's kind of over for some people. We're meeting back again in, physical places, so that's done. Well, not quite.
Yeah, because, of course it changed travel, and although now we can travel freely, we still have a lot of difficulties, like you had yesterday, 3 hours of delays.
It took me 7 hours to get here.
What?
7 hours.
And I had 30 minutes, which for a Swiss person is like Gottverdammt lang. And, but yeah, also tonight, 6 of 9 trains to go to Switzerland are cancelled. So even if the trains could save us, they fail. So we have a lot of, so what would be the next time we got to ask for the festivals? And we have also, like, the planes are too expensive, too many people in the airports, and the trains are not really reliable. Maybe, we have to ask if we can be in remote again, and also all the, everything that's going to happen in the winter. I think, we're going to be forced to go into virtual festivals again. I hope not, because there's nothing better than to meet in real. That's why we and all of you came and traveled to meet and greet, but sometimes we just have to weigh in the potentials, right?
I think it's also the fact that, like, now, when you might be going to like 10 or 20 different events, you are a little bit more selective in terms of in person, because it changed travel and how we participate. And for some events, it actually made sense to do it virtually versus in person. So, and I think that's going to continue. That trend is going to continue. And at the same time, these virtual worlds allow you to immerse the people in the universe of the festival. So it's really an opportunity to have your festival exist as a spatial dimension. So that's actually a nice kind of marketing even approach to it. And also these virtual worlds, not necessarily in Zoom, because that really doesn't allow it unless you like send a private chat to somebody, but then I'm always afraid I'm gonna like message the whole group. So I'm like double checking like religiously, like, oh God, did I send that to everybody? But like the Gather, where you literally could just move to the side and you could have a random encounter or a side chat with somebody. That's allowed in a virtual world. You want to talk about the other ones?
Yeah, of course, and immerse in the universe of the festival, like we will tell you later, we really try to integrate the corporate identity of the ETFS of Raumwelten in the virtual spaces. We build also the avatar to really immerse the persons inside of it, provide opportunities for side conversation, random encounters. I think there are really, the strength lays there. In my opinion, the solution doesn't lay on maybe using only them, maybe having a balance between those kind of softwares where you have maybe a stream that is like conventional, but then also open a virtual space for this side conversation, for having, if you are having a 3D conference, having an exhibition where you can see all the sculpture, the artworks, the links, and yeah.
And then, of course, Easter eggs.
Yeah, of
we
course.
all love an Easter egg.
Of course. Then we have another layer, which is the interaction layer, which we haven't talked about much.
And the other thing is that they're open 24/7, so you can have things that were recorded in there in the space, so that you can like kind of visit it at your own, also with your time zone difference. And of course, you can still do live talks, music concerts, performances, etc. And we'll go a little bit more into that. And just to give you an example, this is South by Southwest. They made their virtual world in VR chat in 2021 because COVID. But even though it came back in 2022, they've kept the virtual festival because they realized there's a big part of this audience that they could actually reach that couldn't go in person because it's a very long journey, and also hotels and all that kind of stuff gets very expensive. So they're realizing that they can have both, this kind of duo. And we see this with a lot of the festivals that we're working with or we've been to, that they have both a hybrid version, essentially.
Yeah, and of course, the festival we have talked about, which we built it on the platform Mozilla Hubs, that is open source, which we're going to talk about it later in our workshop.
And we have lots of use cases, so it's not just for an event, but you can have it. Art galleries, there was even we also saw pole dancing as a thing. I'm just telling you, there's a metaverse for that. Comedy, improv, education, concerts. There's a lot of raves, especially techno raves happening in VR chat, for example. And so there's a lot of use cases actually for it. And if you want to know more about that, you can come to us to know the specifics.
How can I build them?
So one thing before we start building and things, as a UX designer, I love to say that when you're making an experience or a space, it is half your design and it's half whatever the other person has experienced. So they're coming in with their own knowledge, their own ideas and things, and what you're designing is an experience. So it doesn't matter what you think the user should do. The user will take the prompts and the way that you've made the space, and they'll do what they want. So I love this image in particular because, the design says one thing, but people want to go another. And that's so important, and it's very humbling as a designer to know, you're constantly having to question and test your ideas because you have to take both into account. And this is a quote that we love, that we say is I always get annoyed when people are like, well, VR or virtual experiences aren't the same thing as a real experience. Well, actually, technically, it is just as valid and just as real. It does not matter if the environment or the context is virtual or simulated. Both of them, in the ends, are experiences, and both of them also can be memorable as well and become important memories. Now, granted, the physical environment has more sensorial things like tactile, smell, touch, things like this, but the virtual world can have a couple of these dimensions as well, depending on what kind of one, but at least sound and visuals. And so this is actually really important from my perspective because these experiences are valid and they're just as real as something in real life.
Yes, so there are a lot of virtual worlds and platforms out there. It depends on the use cases, which one you can use. There are more open, sandboxy ones, like VR chat, where you can experience the best and the worst of humanity. There's also, for younger audiences, there is Fortnite, where they have concerts and all kinds of parties, or also interactive games. There's Roblox, that is for the real young audiences, that you can build your own Lego world and do your own interactive experiences. There's also, of course, the NFT world, like Decentraland, the classic Minecraft, and it has for every use case is a metaverse already there and already up and updated since years. So we are also all learning how the users behave, how we can add functionalities like that maybe it works outside of VR, also on smartphones, on laptops, or that, you can do different games or interactivity, everything.
Yeah, it's like levels of engagement, essentially, if you want to go super simple or super advanced. There's a lot out there, and a lot of them that you can actually work with and build with without any coding skills.
So that's always the key questions which we ask our clients: how many users, accessibility and adoption, how long is the event, is it hybrid, does it have a physical venue as well? So maybe you need to do a link in the virtual space, what kind of event, and of course, always, what's the budget? Yeah, and as told in the beginning, there are platforms which you can build in a game engine with 3D modeling, with classic tools. There are platforms which you can build everything in VR really easily with your hands, with the controllers, like the Meta Horizon World will be. And there are also platforms that has custom editors, like Mozilla Spoke, that we're going to show you later if you're interested, how you can build everything in the browser, your 3D web space.
So yeah, we have some design tips for you. And again, that question again, just to push it in there, it's really, really important to choose the platform first for this kind of thing, simply because adoption is not there yet. It's a new platform. And also knowing how the Wi-Fi is, for example, and also if there's a budget, to design the experience as well. Because if there isn't, there are templates of existing things with Mozilla Hubs. You can actually easily, within a couple clicks, make a virtual space in a virtual place, ready to go, and send the link out to people, and people can join you. So, it's a question of how much you want to customize. And some advice as well is keep it simple to some points, because the more you add, the heavier it gets. And even like the most crazy environments, you always want to stay optimized. It's the same thing as making a video game, levels of details, as we call it. We also found it's really important to meet in the platform space, to co-create with clients. We do this actually when we meet, and I'll show a picture coming up soon of us meeting our client, and our client was a toucan. And he was talking to me as a toucan, and it also encourages this kind of playfulness to understand and come up with new ideas, actually, which is really nice because the co-creative process with the client should be a part of the actual space. Play with props from reality to help set the tone, but with these props, try to do something different. So like if it's a rubber ducky, we'll make it a massive rubber ducky. Don't just stick with reality, just take something that we recognize. Sometimes it's an icon or a thing that's very common at the festival, if it's popcorn or whatever, and then just try to use it in a weird space. So with ITFS last year, with popcorn, we made our fountains, actually popcorn fountains, And then, of course, iterate.
Yeah, of course.
iterate. Light baking, illusions in space, a little bit more technical. And audio is really important, so don't forget that, because half of it is the visuals and the other half is sound. And you can do a lot with sound, actually, because it's spatial.
It gets neglected a lot, audio, unfortunately, like sound effects, music, background sound, spatial sound, that you only hear in certain areas, people talking. When they're outside of it, do you hear music or something like that? Generally in VR, the more senses you can build in an experience, the better it is.
Exactly. And so that was the example of one of our client meetings.
Yeah, that was the first space we built. I'm kind of ashamed to show it here, but we all start like this. And yeah, I have to really elaborate that we met every week once in the hubs itself, and then we observed them, how they went through the space. We did some presentations and looked what works and what works not, and then we adjusted the scale, the waypoints, and add a lot of stuff. So it's really how you say that, user-focused design or research.
It was an experiment. We were also the first time working with this platform, really, because I had done only one more thing beforehand. So it's quite new. This platform is new, and trying to figure out, well, what works? Where are the limitations? Where are the bugs? Where does it break down? What makes sense? What doesn't make sense? And also coming up with new opportunities to make it more engaging for people to talk. Because in the end, these spaces really should provide people to have networking opportunities, essentially.
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
Thank
you.
Do you
have
any
questions?
Applause for you too. Thanks so much for giving us some insights, because I've spent actually quite a lot of time in the VR hub during the ITFS and Raumwelten, but never really seen what's the story behind. So like that. I can only encourage you to go into the workshop later, right? Are there any questions for Alison or Christoph? Right now, not. So Oh yeah, online. I have to have a look as well. But first, I asked my question because I was sitting there and I was really, how do I say that? Trying not to be too German or too corporate. But it kind of popped up this question in my head. So you said, okay, the avatars need to be like a bit funny and not like a real person's character and no gray. And you've talked to the Toucan. I don't know if it was Uli or something. I could imagine. But in a corporate world, with I'd say like not a festival, but not a real creative world, in a really corporate world, do people also want this, like this playfulness, this kind of bit funny, or is it weird to speak to your CEO when he's a cat or something?
I mean, let's think about it. I think in some ways, hierarchy at workplaces is kind of changing. And the other thing is you want creativity and you want people to stay engaged in these spaces, right? Mm-hmm. Because it is difficult. You're going through a screen, it's a fatigue of some sort. And so any moment you have an opportunity to kind of be a little bit playful and to push a little bit of creative thinking also in the process, I am really for that. I actually have like an allergy when you go to a space and it looks, so dull, so boring, and you're like, because then my mind starts closing off. And I do think it doesn't necessarily mean we have to have like a cat as a CEO. Why not, though, honestly? But rather, I think it's important that it kind of strips down a little bit the hierarchy in terms of like, the high boss has to be, this way, and you have to be this way, and people talking down or, being a little bit afraid to be communicating. And I think transparency, part of it in the workplace and in these kinds of events, is to encourage people to kind of talk and to get their minds open and to have a debate and a discourse. And by removing hierarchy layers, like, we're all like the same, I think Normal does it really well because their avatars are designed to be very friendly and like they're kind of fun, they move, and they're very cute. But at the same time, they all are the same, they're just different colors. So there's ways of doing it. VR chat gets a little bit crazy because you have like anime characters and then you have like a cat or like and then like a tree is talking to you, and yeah, that could get a lot. But there's ways and levels of doing it, and I just think that if you have a little bit of, you can be anything in VR, so why would you be yourself, right?
But I think it depends also on the company culture, because as soon as the CEO turns out as a cat, everybody else is like, okay. But then what's also very interesting is to see how in Fortnite the users are dressing, because they are not doing money by selling the game, but they do the most money by selling assets, which gives them no advantage in the game perspective, but they have special dance and special looks. And Meta has the same idea to do that in the Horizon platform, that you can buy clothes and stuff, and maybe we're gonna land in the same old trap of who has the fanciest suit, but maybe it can go in a different direction. So for me, it's difficult to see, but I will of course pop up as a cat, like I did in the ETFS always.
Well, let's see how it develops, and yeah, I think it's a culture thing, right? In terms of the corporate culture, but also the culture as a country. But I like that you say, hey, let's just try. Right? That's it. Are there any more questions? Not at the moment. Well, then I'd like to thank you very much and have fun at your workshop later.
Thank you for your attention.
So, I'm looking forward to our next speaker as well, because I had the pleasure to see him a couple of times. Tobias Walliser, he's one of the most renowned architects here from Stuttgart, being the director of LAVA, the architectural practice. They have worked on really famous projects. Some of you might know, obviously, the Mercedes-Benz Museum or the German Pavilion at Expo 2020. And he's also the professor at the State Academy of Fine Arts in Stuttgart. And with him, we will now dive into architecture, focusing really on innovative methods. And he will bring us a lot of examples from his work, so please give a big applause to Tobias Walliser. Nice to see you again.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for the introduction. Actually, we'll start with a bit of Einstein as well. This is only half a quote. Imagination can take you anywhere. Einstein, actually, the full quote would be, logic can get you from A to B. Imagination can take you anywhere. Well, after all the imaginative worlds we have just seen, of course, architecture is much more down to earth and is much more bound to the physical realm. Actually, well, I'll skip this because it was already said. I had an architecture practice, my own practice, for 15 years now. Before that, I have worked for 10 years in Amsterdam, traveling, commuting to Stuttgart for 5 years for the Mercedes-Benz Museum. So this is trying to give you a view on, let's say, a special type of architecture, but of course there are some parts to it which might be relevant in any case. One of the things that's interesting about architects is that we are generalists. So we could also work as whatever you can see on there. We could also work in the metaverse. And some of our colleagues have already started, and I absolutely agree that it should not just be an attempt to do the same thing we're doing in the physical world, just exporting that into the metaverse. Another interesting part actually is that as architects, we always have to deal with technology and society. On one hand, there are the needs of the society. On the other hand, we have technical means to fulfill these. And it's interesting to see that, for instance, Churchill said, first we shape our structures, then our structures shape us, our behavior. So as an architect, you can build a structure, which is nice, but then everyone else has to comply to, like we have seen this with the design, where it said design and the user experience. Well, the same happens to architecture. Sometimes the walls are too massive, so you cannot just go and take a shortcut. But it is something that we shape the world which others have to live in. So that is a big responsibility, I would say. And if you know that 40% of the global CO2 emissions are actually generated by the construction industry, which is partially also based on what architects are designing, then it's very important that we treat architecture, we deal with architecture as research. And of course, here in Stuttgart, there's a long history to this. There's Frei Otto and all the research at the institute up at the university campus in Vaihingen. What is actually a common thing in architecture is you always need a motto. So when we started, one of our mottos was everyone knows less is more. Everyone probably knows the wrong meaning of that. But I think today is much more, why don't we do more with less? I think that is actually the challenge of the day. So instead of using 40% or creating 40% of the CO2 emissions, we should really produce something, quality, user experience, something that's memorable, something that works, that fulfills the needs with less material. Maybe we should go to the metaverse, but I guess that's not an alternative for everyone. So everyone says, okay, let's use digital tools to create a different type of architecture. And then usually people think about these crazy shapes. And that is something 25 years ago, that was basically the idea. Well, now we have computers and we can use the tools or the software that's been used to design movies. We can do architecture with this. Then we have a robot. The robots can basically build it. Well, in some way or the other, what happens is mostly it's about a different type of form. And that can create interesting user experiences, but it will not help us to solve the real problems of the day. So in the end, the digital, I think, is much more related to the process. So first of all, then that most people are doing that at the moment is we have a digital process. So instead of drafting by hand, we use a computer. We can also program certain things. We have building information models. So a lot of digitization actually has been implemented in architecture. The one thing that's missing is that, of course, we also have a digital society, so we have different needs. And it's not only about building the same things, but in a more digitized way. It would actually be building something that really corresponds to today's needs. And actually with home office, everyone knows what I'm talking about. You know, usually homes are built, we have a nice living room, but what happens if there's a family of 4 and 4 people need to start meeting in virtual spaces? Then the apartments are not suitable for that anymore. And at the same time, you see the same in the office now. Why would people go to the office? So if the office stays the way it was, it also doesn't work anymore. And then it's not a question about just a nice design. It's a question about something, an organization, and something that offers spaces which we all need. So looking at this is just one part of it. How can we build something in a better way, and how can we use the digital cycle? And then maybe some of you have heard about this, the building information model, where you basically build digital twins. The idea is that before you build the real building, you have a virtual model of the building. It's much easier to test something here and to see if something goes wrong. Otherwise, it's very time-consuming and costly. And we all know what that actually means with some of the big projects in Germany which have gone wrong over the last 15 years. A more interesting thing for me, as someone who's more interested in also like starting in the design process, is a parametric design. So there's a certain logic to something which allows you to design a structural system which still has a lot of freedom and flexibility. But if you come to this, like whatever tools we've been using, I think this is the reality of architecture, of construction very often. On the left-hand side, you might remember this. That was the discussion about the gap. Spaltmaß in the car industry, you know, it was like it has to be less than 2 millimeters. We're not talking about 2 millimeters in architecture, we're talking about 3%. So, and very often if you come somewhere, you see this sort of foam, whatever, you fix it with whatever material later on. And that's part of the CO2 emission problem, because there's not enough intelligence in the system, and then later on someone just fixes it up, and if it's a window, you put a frame around it. You know, you wonder why there's usually, not in this building, but usually there's a big door frame around the door, so you can hide whatever imperfection has been created. Yeah? That's the reality which we're working with. So there's lots of space for improvement. Yeah? So we could look into the construction industry, and this is basically, if you look to the internet, where can you use digital tools to optimize something? Well, then it's usually in the manufacturing process, but also in new techniques, in resource saving, and that makes it very interesting. New materials, improving the material cycle, so taking less buildings down, reusing, recycling, upusing elements. And of course, maybe new business models, but that's a different story. I'm not going to talk about this. There are companies who are saying, why can't we sell you a house just like a product? So if we take a house, if we turn a house into a product, you buy your car, you buy your house. I don't think that will solve the problem either. But what we could do, and that is what I'm going to show you, is just a little bit of inspiration on how to use processes to think about things in a different way. So what if we can use a simple process of manufacturing to create more complex geometries, or more freedom, more adaptation, and more flexibility? And that's a very early thing. It was a solar charger at the time when we developed, but what it actually is a facade system. And the idea is, on one hand, you have freedom, you have a degree of freedom for any sort of curved shapes. On the other hand, you start with a very simple, with the simple element like a knot. So where do certain things come together? And as you can see here, this is all flat elements. The idea is, instead of having a really big construction, you use a very thin piece of aluminum. You actually double it up. So you put a spacer in between. You have two of them. You can do you can just bend it. It's thin enough that you can bend it. It can be bent and fixed by simple connections. So this is basically how you cut the pieces. They are all cut in a flat way. So all you need is a 2-axis or 3-axis mill, basically. You can build it without a lot of construction, creates a big cantilever of 6 meters. And of course, the curvature could be going in any way. So this is simply an exercise, and that's a carport. Of course, it's completely... This is also too much material and too much intelligence for a small solar charger, but the idea is it's a prototype to develop a certain system, and with this system we could also develop facades. So what if and the basic background was, let's take something which exists in many companies, like a 3-axis mill, and just see what you can do with this if we bring the construction process, the manufacturing process, and the design process closer together. So I think that is one option. Here's another one of what we did. This is a project for a polymer company. Okay, you can say, should we build a project for a polymer company? It's also a couple of years old. The interesting thing here was that the building first looked like this. So while there are small openings, it's actually the building is in Saudi Arabia. It's in a very hot country. And inside, or climate, and inside is laboratories. And for these laboratories, you need small windows, but this is what the client wanted to have. So it's a big box. Now, we all know a big box like this, if it's exposed to the sun, it will be hot just like an oven. So what you need is insulation. So it was clear that you need to insulate the whole thing. Our idea was, why can we not use the material used for insulation to guide the sunlight? Because if we can bounce off the light from the window sills, We don't get the solar gains, but we get the daylight, which actually on a day like this even is nice to get light in. We don't want the heat, but we do want the light. So if you have a material that has no form or that could be brought into any form, you could literally do something like this. So this is a facade system, a relatively conventional facade system. It's manufactured by the client, but we said, well, we could use your facade system and just make it a bit more intelligent using digital simulations. So we could simulate how much light, how would we have to orient this facade to get the best quality, daylight quality inside, and of course also have a certain protection or to keep it cool on the inside. So basically what this is, it's like a big box. It's like a cooling box you take for a picnic, more or less, but the outside is actually shaped in such a way that it would already guide the light to the inside. And the whole thing was manufactured by the client itself, because you would hardly find anyone who would be willing to give a guarantee for this system. It's an absolutely non-existing system on the market. Well, technically seen as a system, but then basically what we did is you need a robot to mill it. The client bought the machine and basically manufactured it themselves, and they also tested the seams. How do you get this together in just to have a tight facade for the entire building? And the building has been up and running for the last 8 years, so far it's been working quite well. What you can do this way, of course, you reduce the amount of energy consumed cooling the building, but we do not reduce the gray energy embedded in the construction of the building. So with the students, we did a workshop together with the Technical University in Graz and also another architecture office, where we were looking into the capacity of a small robot to basically cut a piece of foam, styrofoam, into 2 pieces without any rubbish. And then look at 2 options you see on the upper right-hand side. One is to use it as a formwork to produce a piece of concrete, like a larger sort of a porous brick. And the second one is to keep it inside concrete, so you reduce the amount of concrete needed for a slab by about 40%. And that was for a competition where we won the first prize. Again, this is a couple of years old, early checks what we could do, a system that could work inside and outside. So either you produce an object or you embed it you make it invisible, you embed it into a floor slab and you simply reduce the amount of material that's used to build a building. So here again, you need an intelligent tool to produce something which is relatively simple but very versatile. Now, the German pavilion for Expo 2020, that's a big question, of course. Like, Expo had a topic, connecting minds, creating the future. And I think that's a good reason to have an Expo. Otherwise, of course, you could question, how can an Expo ever be sustainable? It's an event for half a year. It's built in Dubai. People will travel there by plane. Why would you actually do that? And of course, it's a question which everyone has to answer, including the ministry. It's financed by the German Ministry of Economics. Why would you do that? And the only answer would actually be because you have the chance to tell more than 3 million people your idea of what sustainability could be. But then as architects, of course, we are also obliged to think about how could we make this thing a showcase, the building in itself. It will only be there for 6 months. Afterwards, it's going to be taken down. So you need to plan something which will become obsolete half a year later, which is a big challenge. So in the end, you have to plan the building, the construction, and the dismantling at the same time. And the first thing, of course, is you need to reduce the amount of material to an absolute minimum. So basically, how to create a big volume with the least amount of material, but also the site was relatively limited, so we had 4 floors to stack on top of each other. In the end, this is not a pavilion. This is a 4,800 square meter big building, which showcases, or which has like 3 million visitors. It was even more than that in 6 months. Just to give you a comparison, the Mercedes Museum is one of the best visited museums in Germany. It has 800,000 people a year. So that would actually be 400,000 compared to 3 million. That's the difference. It's 8 times the amount of people. The good thing maybe is that it's only there for half a year, and the wear and tear will not be noticeable in the same amount. But then it's also something that's used to host politicians or events, VIP. There are daily events, concerts, and so on. So it is a big event machine combined with a sort of a science center. So for us, what was clear is we produce something that needs to be closed from the outside. Like a science center, you have the spaces where you want to be immersed, and you have the spaces where you want to connect with other people. So we created a big atrium inside the building. We used these sort of all the exhibition elements are boxes. We used the metaphor of a campus. The idea is that on a campus you have different buildings, and these buildings share a common public area between them, or a space. So we created a big atrium, put the boxes all around. The boxes are actually the exhibition stands. So you create on one, inside the box, you have an immersive area where you can really have one big picture which people could enter. And then outside, actually on top of the next box, you have a terrace. And that terrace, you can look everywhere. You can look outside to the surrounding environment, but you can also look inside this big area. So what we did from the beginning is a lot of simulations. Where would people walk, and how would the sun deal? Like, how could we keep the sun out, and so on? Again, all these tools. But in the end, we came to a couple of, let's say, 5 innovations. What we said, one is actually looking at the climate there. Expo, the good thing is in Dubai, but it was during the Dubai winter month. So we only used about a third of the energy which Expo had originally projected or predicted, by only cleaning, like introducing different type of climate zones. So outside, it could very well be, that's the red one, so outside could be 40 degrees, yeah? But then inside, we only cooled down the boxes to 24 degrees. We used the exhaust air, which is then maybe 26 degrees, to spill over into the atrium. We also cooled the atrium from the bottom. So we had a lot of variable climate zones, and that's actually also reflected in design of the building. If you look at this at the bottom, that is here, you see there's glass elements, which are doors which you can open, so we get cool air in from the bottom, then goes up through the top. And on the higher levels, which you could see here, is only a foil membrane. Now, the foil membrane, of course, it's produced with oil, but at the same time, we reduce the amount of weight to such an extent that is much less material than if we had built a glass facade here. And for the 6 months, that has a significant impact in the CO2 emissions, basically, or in the gray energy embedded in the building. The only one thing where we had a little bit, so this is you could wonder, why would we produce a complicated roof like this? Well, the roof itself is an exhibit, actually. If you look at it carefully, it seems to be curved, but then it's actually pixelated. So there's only straight pieces in this, and there's a very simple system. They're only all connected with screws, so it can easily be dismantled. The idea is that this building is basically a way of storing long straight and shorter straight elements in one particular version, and then it was an exhibit for visitors to come, being able to play, basically, to say, okay, we take the material from the roof, what other configurations could we be doing with this? So it's already from the beginning, this material or the roof is simply showing, once you could digitize, once you have a digital list of all these elements, it's like a series of Lego blocks, and then you can build anything with it, a simple way of connecting it, very linear Lego blocks. But you can see here in the detail, it looks a bit strange, but the idea is that this is a showcase for how to create something which is quite iconic and everyone will remember it. It's this roof with a funny grid. But then it consists of all straight pieces which can easily be dismantled. And of course, in the very strong, you see here, one of them is actually bent, but that's the only thing we did. Nothing has actually been curved or whatever. It's not even, of course, not possible with a U-shape truss. Well, then, if you look into the building, this is actually what it was. So here you can see the roof is almost like a cloud. Sometimes people are inside the cloud, they're under the cloud. This is the idea of how the space works. You're inside, you're outside on the terrace. You can see that people interact. That's another one which is important. That is actually from the from the exhibition designers, we had 3 different labs: the Future Energy Lab, the Future City Lab, and the Biodiversity Lab. So these were the topics which Germany wanted to showcase. But what was more interesting is that we, with a campus metaphor, we could really play the idea that people had to actually enroll when they come. So everyone gets a name tag, puts their name on it, but also puts on where they come from and what language they speak. And the idea behind this is that there is an RFID chip in the name tag, and that chip can interact with the exhibits, but it could also interact with other people in there. And there's no big brother tracking everything. That was simply a local reaction to it. But the good thing is that, for instance, some of these games you had to interact. So the idea is, if you need 2 people to play, this thing would tell you and say, you need another person. Why don't you ask the other, well, Mohammed standing behind you, for instance. Yeah? So that's an interesting thing. Of course, it could also be used, and it hasn't been used in here, in the future, to interact with the building itself. So if the building knows how many people are in what place, we could also look at the cooling system in a much more adaptive way. And then at the end, at the so-called show at the end, everyone's name is actually projected on the side. So everyone together, that was the idea. You enter that space as complete strangers, but when you get out, you understand that other people have made similar choices, because there were something like in Germany, we call it the Hammelsprung. There was at the exit of each of the boxes, you had to go either left or right, whether you agreed or disagreed. And all the people were sitting in this space, with swings as well. All the people there, you would see the percentages who had agreed to what. And so in the end, you will find out that you're not the only one who has cast a certain choice. So in the end, we managed, the building is actually already being dismantled. I think 2/3 of it have been taken down by now. To look at the idea of circular economy, now with the steel price having gone up, of course, the construction company makes a huge profit on this building. And the idea is really that you could say temporary building is like a material storage for some time. And it's a material bank. And in this case, well, it was good to deposit it for the time being, if you look at the material prices. Of course, the reason why is maybe something that's not so good. But still, to think about it in such a way. The problem with temporary buildings is that the building code doesn't allow any exception. So for fire protection, it doesn't make any difference if you build for 25, 50 years or only for 6 months. And that is why this building, of course, can never be as efficient or as energy efficient as a building that would stay for longer. So after all, I think we have to build permanent buildings and really find ways to keep them as long as possible. And actually, on the side note, I think Dubai has done quite a good job, because there are only some of the so-called self-built pavilions by nations, like Germany's opted to build it themselves. But there were a lot of small pavilions, and they're all going to stay. They will be used as housing and offices. And also it's a real campus, actually. That's the plan now for the afterlife of the expo. I'll show something that's a completely different one. This is a project, it's also an exercise we did for a project which was meant to be a campus for lifelong learning, not a school, but already from the program, it was for younger children, for children up to 18 years, and then also for people working their startup companies and so on. And the idea was to host all of this under one roof. And the interesting thing there, and I think after Corona, I think that's something which we have to learn, is that we shouldn't build spaces which can only be used in one way. Spaces have to be flexible in use, but they have to have certain qualities. And this is based on the typologies by a guy called David Thornburg, an American architect. So the idea is here that you need group spaces, you need spaces for communication, but you also need spaces where you can be on your own, introverted spaces. So basically what you design in the end is just a series of situations within a larger continuum, and that also allows you to change it. We all know the so-called office landscapes of the 70s. That's not exactly that. That is, everyone has the same seat and they're all distributed in a landscape-like manner. I think now what we need to do is distribute different situations and then look at the degree of openness or privacy which is needed in the different spaces. So you could see it here. It's basically 2 buildings, the left and the right, but then they're always connected. And the atrium at the inside is something which brings everyone together with a lot of, even with a large space, but a large space that also has some corners where you can have informal meetings. For this building, we really tried to push it. This building is CO2 negative. So what we really did is we looked at the whole cycle of the building. We also looked at how the building sits into the environment. So here is something, the entire environment is also designed for animals. It's a productive landscape all around. The idea is that this is a showcase for everyone learning there, also learning how buildings could interact with the environment, what could happen in the environment. People can take care of part of the environment. I know everyone's putting urban gardening projects anywhere, but it's a different thing if this is part, like if you work or learn in that place, that you also have the responsibility for something that's outside, and you can see what happens during the seasons, you can see what's happening if you take care in different ways. So we really did try to integrate it also with the water cycle to make everyone aware of how the building actually interacts with the environment. And together with Transolar, we really managed not only to look into the construction and to come down to 0 tons CO2 emission, but also in the function. And if you look at that, that would have a severe impact to do it. This is a dry chart, but actually if you start building, like a typical building would be at the top, and of course then that's the total of the emissions, but then with all the measures we did. So the first thing is you go into a hybrid between concrete and wood. Then the next thing is you start to put up photovoltaics, and you have like almost 3,000 square meters of photovoltaics. Then we started to look into 4,000 square meters of photovoltaic, and in different types of concrete, recycled concrete. And then in the very end, what we had to do is you have to look into a canteen or a restaurant where you do not run, like there are no French fries in that building, otherwise it's impossible to create something like this. If you create a certain type of cuisine or kitchen for 2,500 people, it just generates, it needs so much energy that we could not even get it back with 4,000 square meter photovoltaic in the roof. But basically this building would have been a project that really is something where the landscape and the building are very much integrated, and the roof is also generating a lot of energy. It's a special shape, and it really shows that we can do something that's completely different, that has a great quality, but it would also work in a much better way. And I think that should be the aim for architects, that we generate buildings which leave the place in a better way than we have found it. In some places that's very hard, in some places I think there's an opportunity. But at least it should be our goal. It's much easier in a garden, let's say, because landscape or gardens are prolific and they grow. But maybe we have to integrate it then, the buildings with the gardens. And actually, the last project I will show you quickly is a project under construction, not far from here in Heidelberg. It's called the Energy Storage Tower, which is a wonderful project. It's actually a tower that stores energy that's been produced by regenerative means, so either wind or photovoltaics. The problem of this is that you have a big water tank, so it stores hot water basically. The energy is used to generate hot water, and then the hot water actually is used to heat buildings. The problem is this tower looks exactly like a gas tower. So why is one a beacon of the change towards renewable energies and the other one is actually a beacon of the fossil age? So what the client decided to do is turn it into a public building, put a rooftop terrace and a restaurant on top, and have an architecture competition. So what we won the competition with the idea of putting a second skin around it, and the second skin has a lot of these small elements. They are aluminum plates. The idea is they're moving in the wind, they're reflecting the light in a different way. There's roughly one plate for everyone who gets energy from this tower. That was actually the idea. So there's roughly 10,000 of these small plates in a second skin. There's one staircase only that wraps around the building. That's the only escape staircase or the access staircase, but actually there are 2 elevators on the building. We expect that people would usually take the elevator up, and maybe some of the more brave people would actually also walk down. This is the construction as it is at the moment. I'm very happy with this project, that of course you could also say the amount of material we're putting up versus the amount of energy that is saved by using energy like this is minimal. So it's of course not only the quality which we could achieve as architects, but the great thing about this building is the tower is already under construction. So we are quite behind the schedule at the moment. It's probably the only project in the world where that doesn't really matter, because the storage being in use generates the money which is needed to turn it into a public attraction. So it's an interesting project. We basically, of course, it is about energy. So here, it's probably the most sustainable building we will ever build, because it is basically just adding something to a storage tower. Now you could say we're taking away the efficiency of the tower, but at the same time, we're generating the public acceptance, because that tower will become an icon in the city and a landmark. Everyone will know it. And it's very important to raise the issue and make people aware of it. Now I have one more slide, which is actually this. Maybe some people have seen it. It was up at the Academy for the last weekend for the so-called Rundgang, which is actually the end of the year party we're having every year. And we built the students, with a group of students, we built something which we called the Circularity Lab. And that was the idea. That was really a combination of high-tech and low-tech. Some of the things, everything is manufactured by the students themselves. So it's a typical geodesic dome, which is nothing special, but we built one which didn't use any sort of steel to connect it. So it's only wood. Everything is actually just bolted. You can see some of the bolts here. So it's a set of triangles which are stiff, which can be put together in different ways. And we explored also the idea of there's some mycelium fabric in here. So these are panels which are grown from mycelium and wood chips, basically. And we're just checking like how this whole structure, we could just leave it there, and after a couple of years, it would all, it would be the new ground for new mycelium to grow. We also have some 3D printed, like robotically printed ceramics for openings. Also the ceramics, we're using all the resources we have at the Academy. There's ceramic ovens, there's like wood, we have the wood workshops and so on. We're building it ourselves, and we're just using something to test it. And I think the future is probably digital on one hand, but as we all are sick of digital meetings, and we also need some hands-on physical meetings, I think the same will happen in construction, that more and more will either blend, that people do the design, but it transfers into the construction, or it will also come from the other end, that people start and want to finish or furbish things themselves. And why not? What you can do with interiors, you can start with the interior, but you can also go beyond it. And I hope that more and more people will actually start to be creative, use the tools in their way, and really start to reduce the amount of transportation and the amount of material that is needed. I hope that I could inspire some of you. Thank you very much for listening, and if there are any questions, please let me know.
Tobias, as always, so interesting. Don't know about you, but who's been to Dubai to see the pavilion, the German one? Anyone? No one. I've been there. So, and you're being really humble, I think, because I know it's one of the most I don't know. I don't know if it's the most visited, but at least there was like queues of 3 hours, and if I wouldn't have known a person who works there, I wouldn't have gone inside. So it was really interesting. Maybe one question: how do you actually start with a project like Expo? What's the first? Do you have like an initial idea, or what's the first impulse, basically?
I think as in any of these projects, you first need a brainstorm, and that is you need to meet with people and you need to bounce off ideas. I think that's very important. And of course, what's also, if you have some experience, you know that certain things would work from a practical point of view, but we're trying to do something which is still open for experimentation and exploration. So by saying it's a campus, you have a framework, but whatever happens within that campus can still be defined later on. And so you need something that is it's more like a systemic approach. You need to have a system, an organizational system that allows lots of other people to contribute ideas, but to really create something which works as a whole afterwards. And actually the queues were up to 7 hours, which I still could not understand, because people took their children there to give them as a science center experience. Yeah. And I think that is quite interesting, because from a German point of view, we say, why would we go to Dubai? And Dubai is actually Dubai is built in the sand and Dubai is just is not sustainable at all, and why would anyone do that? I think especially there we have to go and to really try to explain people that certain things can be done in different ways, and they have to find their own answer to it. And so it's interesting to see that there were a lot of Germans visiting, but there were also an incredible amount of people from India coming to Dubai. That's what we always forget. It's a 2-hour flight from India. And so it's a different target audience. And that's quite interesting to have the dialogue with people who come from other countries. And it was interesting that they thought, in the beginning, we thought the German pavilion is a bit too didactic. It's very German, you know, you want to tell people what to do, what not to do, and how to do things better. Yeah, that's how we are. But people from India loved it, and people from the UAE as well. So it seems to be that people feel, okay, it needs to be interesting, but at the same time, it's good if you learn something in a funny way. So a German pavilion that has a ball pit, like Bällebad, and swings, that was something which people thought was very cheerful for Germany. And at the same time, you get the hard facts and the well-engineered building.
That's true, and that worked really well, so congratulations again there. Is there another question? Oh, 2 now at the same time. We have to have a look at the, 1 or 2 minutes.
A very quick one. The Hamburg project it's getting be realized, or?
No, unfortunately not. We did a feasibility study, which is how we came there, and then it was too expensive for what they wanted to do, so it had to be shrunk. Plus, in Hamburg, you have the point that this was an architecture competition which was initiated by a private client, but you also have someone in the Senate, like the Senatsbaumeister, so there's someone controlling who's allowed to build or not, and he basically wanted to have another competition. But the other competition, unfortunately, had a different framework, so this would not have been possible, and for us, it's not about just building something. It would have been too different, and we really wanted to get as close as possible to this goal.
That's sad. Next question.
I'm from Stuttgart East, and in Stuttgart East there's a huge gas tank, which is empty, but it's heritage listed. Some people think it's ugly, but there's different opinions about it, but it's heritage listed, so it's here to stay. So first question, could all gas tanks be converted into energy storage? And my second question is, since this gas tank is heritage listed, is it possible to put a second skin around it, or what is your opinion about it?
Okay, first question. Unfortunately, this is a different type of construction. Yeah, the tower in Heidelberg, the gas tower had been taken down before. And it is a steel structure which is only 22 millimeters at the bottom and 12 millimeters at the top. So at 40 meter height, 25 meter diameter, you can imagine it's much less than an eggshell. So it's quite a delicate thing. But you cannot build it inside an existing structure, or maybe you could, but then the foundations would be an issue. I'm not sure with the heritage listing, we would have to discuss with the people at the monument whether that's the Denkmalamt, that would be one question. But I think that the gas tower, or the tower, is actually quite nice in Stuttgart East. It's a landmark, and when we worked on the Mercedes-Benz Museum, when I worked there, for me, it was always the reference, how can you put a museum between a sports stadium, a former gas tank, and a factory, an engine factory with 11,000 workers, and actually not to forget the highway or the B14 that runs in between. Yeah? So I think it is a landmark which is in a good position. It would be amazing just to explore the options of what could be done in there. The gasometer in Oberhausen is an interesting space which has been used by many people. And what I could send you is like the client in Heidelberg used the empty tower before it was filled with water for events, for music, for light shows and so on.
Perfect.
So unfortunately, it will be hard to convert it into something like this, but maybe there are other options, photovoltaic skin or something like that.
Let's see what you will develop in the future. Is there another question? Okay, last question.
Yeah. Bernd from MFG. I have a general question. Is there a certain movement for architecture underground? I just think about the recent heat wave. So underground architecture is more or less always infrastructure projects, metro systems. Is there something going on like this?
Well, we had a movement like this for a long time. Personally, I'm quite critical. I would rather put a cloud up into the sky than, let's say, go into caves underground. Yeah, but that's a personal taste thing. But underground means that we have to move a lot of material, and then also there's lots of forces. So you need a lot of material to hold back the ground on the sides. It has to be seen. Probably there's a good way of combining it, but we all know how difficult tunnel construction can be.
Thank you for your very interesting questions, and thank you, Tobias.
Thank you.
Big applause again. So, is there a room change going on? I don't know, or if yes, I think there are some people outside. You may come in as well. Because we're already at our last presentation here at the Plenum before it's time for our next coffee break. And our last presentation is brought to you by Christian Braun from Meile and Müller and from Pforzheim. He is head of 3D there and also the managing director of Zero1, I have to ask him. And they are teaming up to enable high-tech solutions for fashion brands. So you've already heard about digital twins now in Tobias' presentation, and now we will focus on digital twins in the fashion industry and how you can actually, raise those sales and marketing in the fashion industry. So very interesting. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Christian, I haven't seen you before. Nice to meet you. This is your stage and your applause.
Thank you very much, Anja. I'm really glad to be here. For me, it's like coming home to Stuttgart. So I was studying in Pforzheim and lived close to Stuttgart a long time, but now I'm part of the world. And today I would like to speak about everything will be digital. And we have different opinions about it, but I think what I learned over the last months, this is really the sentence I love. And today I would like to speak about digital twins, how they enable sustainable marketing and sales in the fashion industry. So let's start and go a little bit back some steps and think about the big picture. I mean, the world is changing, we all know it. We see the war in Ukraine, we see this disruptive moments like COVID came over and all the stuff is really hard right now. We don't know how the future looks, but we should always look positive. But the world is changing, and if you look on the tech side of the world changes, we will have a lot of changes. So I was years ago in America, and somebody told me now this curve, like development of the mankind, goes like this up in the future, and that's right. And you look, new devices will arise. So everybody speaks about Apple's glasses for next year coming up, or hardware will be developed, and software around this will become. So I'm sure the whole world is working on stuff like this to make the tech much more better and convenient for the future. And if we have contact lenses to get informations in AR or whatever, I mean, that's, I don't know. Or if we are using some Van holograms, I don't know. But what I know is like it will be very, very much immersive. And immersive means the customer will be much more in a world where he will find products, where he will get emotions from brands, where he can find everything online, immersive, every day, every night, every minute. And the market will be much bigger. So the market will change always. So we have here a slide, it's called Change Target Group. If you look at the kids right now, 10 years old, 8 years old, they all play games all the time. I mean, no kid is not playing. That's how far I know it. And the games have a really big impact for the society for the future because they are used to it. They are used to 3D, they're looking at 3D, they get all the informations, and they are used to go in this world. And even if it's a 2D screen for them, they are in the world. So the target group will changing, and the world is changing. As I told you, one big point is sustainability. I mean, I was working the last 3 years in Sweden, for Volvo and Polestar, and at Volvo we founded a group for sustainability to look really around the car, where are the products coming, where it's manufactured, where it's developed, how it's developed, what is the parts in it. So we had a really big group there, and it's coming now in the industry. There's a lot of talking, but also a lot of doing right now ongoing. And the world has to change, and we have to change it, and we have the chance to change it. So one point before I stop the big picture is performance. I mean, that's what I'm on here. We need to sell our products, we need to live, we need to get money, and we need to show it really quick to the market. You know, so if you do everything in your normal process, it may take too long. It may take too long because the society is changing, or maybe it may take too long to bring the stuff over from some other countries. So performance in selling, in marketing, it's very, very important. So I talked about the big picture. Now I go what we are doing as a company right now, before I later go to the future technology. And right now what we're doing, we are looking for 4 different areas. So as I told you, e-commerce is one point. We as a company working really hard on to bring the best content in the most efficient way to the platforms. So that's a very big point. We're doing this day by day. We're doing this over all areas. For us, e-commerce is very important, and it's still growing. Still some countries coming on the world, and it will be growing further on. What we're doing since 20 years or so in the company in Hamburg, it's called, you can name it, Zeron. It comes from 0 and 1, and it's about this mathematical background. And that's why we are doing it, and we're doing everything digital there. That's the reason why we have 0 and 1, Zeron. Some people name it in different ways, but that's okay. Yeah. But it's over 20 years old now, and what we're doing, we're working here for all OEMs worldwide. So we're working for all car manufacturers, making the best content, high-end content, working together with photographers, agencies, doing really cool stuff. And I think we can really tell we are top, really. So some companies in the world which are on the same level, but to make a picture really pretty from a car, I think we have nothing to fear about. So we are quite good. We also started to look for architecture, because architecture sounds easy, but it's very interesting for us because of virtual worlds where we want to sell our products in the future, we need to build. And architecture is very, very important. And if you build virtual worlds, you need to know how to build it. I mean, how should the road be? How tall is the building? How many buildings do you have? That's why we hired some architects in our team. And this is a very successful part of our work right now. We're doing this more and more, building virtual worlds for companies. What they want to achieve first to learn how should we use it, what we do in it, but also they're trying to do photo shoots inside, they bring some products inside, they show it to customers, they show it to the sales guys. So it's starting like a small metaverse, it's starting like this architecture, like 3D worlds. It's a very important point. And last but not least, we started some years ago in the fashion area. And fashion, I mean, because I'm a car guy, I worked 20 years in the car, or 25 years in the car industry. I think in CGI and 3D we are far ahead. And fashion, from my point of view, it's just starting over the last years. And I think it's so important for the fashion area to start now. I will come later back on this. But we are bringing all our input, experience we had over the last 20 years, we can bring it in the fashion area. And that's what we try to achieve now. So before I start to show you what we're doing in 3D, we developed, I would say it's a hybrid version. It's filmed or photographed real people in front of a virtual background. We call it Virtual Studio, and I have a small movie for you to look at it. We have also sound.
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy. Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss. I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. Pull up and take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. Yeah, kid Newton, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
Yeah, this is a very interesting kind of working. It makes a lot of fun, but I mean, the most important is for the customers. I spoke to some. They want to plan really short. So if you today go to New York to a photo shooting, you need to take it maybe 6 weeks in advantage. So it's like in advance. So you have to check everything, you have to book everything, and then you are in New York, but it's raining, and so you know all this stuff, and also sustainability. It's very important. And if you do it like this, in this hybrid way, we are doing this, you can save a lot of CO2, and you can plan it directly tomorrow. You can switch your background from New York to Sao Paulo, or even you go to an Asian market. I think it's very, very interesting, and we're using software, it's called Unreal in the background, which is a very, really good 3D game engine we're using a long time. And as you saw, as I told you before, we are using impacts from all areas. Like you saw some car examples and also some furniture examples. So we are trying to mix everything up and bring all the experience together. Yeah, development of digitalization. And we say, okay, even in fashion, digital twins are essential. We should start now to make everything in 3D, and we want to replace more and more the photography. And I can tell you, I had the same stuff in the automotive area, so I worked a long time at Porsche in Weissach, and we did a lot of CGI images and photographs and CGI images, and after some years, we had a chance to show maybe 20 images on a board, and nobody could see if it's photographed or CGI. And this was the point, there was no return anymore. And if you see all the other advantages of CGI, you will just go this way. Yeah, eliminates HoloMan 2D shootings, that's our goal. And but it's very important, if you want to achieve this, we have to achieve the quality right. And this flannel shirt you see here, if I zoom in, I mean, the light is not really pretty here right now, but you can look later on maybe on my screen. It's fantastic, it's awesome. It's like really, you don't have to do it anymore as a sample, you can do it first 3D. The quality is now here, we can do it now. And I think that's a quite good example to show it. Yeah, digital design, we want to save resources, like I told you. Additionally, we have less logistics. If we do more in 3D in forehand, we have less waiting time. And you can see no waste of energy. Yeah, we have to look where the energy comes for the machines. Okay, that's right. We have to use green energy. And we have no production of samples, which we maybe throw away afterwards. Another small movie for you.
Are you still taking model pictures in the studio for e-commerce? Start rendering. Model photography for e-commerce is time-consuming and expensive. Shooting days require many resources and create dead-end content. It takes weeks to produce results. One try, no going back. Shooting with real models is still the way to go. Charisma is a unique selling point. Models contribute a lot to a successful conversion in an e-commerce shop. Our solution. We changed the idea of classic photography by using digital product samples through 3D renderings. We combine real models with digital product samples and create a vast portfolio of variations. We shoot with a model in different poses. We digitally attach the products afterwards. We enable endless freedoms and reduce the cost per image. We get rid of wasted time. No more waiting for real product samples. Stock your online shop right after you approve the collection samples. Everything is possible today. We are the ones who make it happen. Start the transformation now by contacting us.
Yeah, but it's also very important not just to have still images. We need also fashion in movement. That's the goal, to show it like we are used to look at it. So we can do this already here, but you see the avatar is not really a human. It's more like a virtual avatar. And we have to be here much better in the future. Virtual worlds, as I told you, is very important. We have here another example here. You can build up your own virtual world as a company. I mean, this is crazy because you can really redefine your whole branding over your branding online. I mean, if you imagine you have your homepage, but this is your homepage, it's not just flat 2D, it's a room where you can put in all your stuff, and it could look like you want to define it. We think the virtual worlds are really important to do this. This is another step where we're just working on here. We're doing this here, which shows a little bit about, I can't show it really because it's a little bit confidential, but we have wood and nature and floor, which is really good for the branding of the company. And so you can define if somebody goes in, if it's B2B or B2C, you can define this emotion, this branding, you can show some images and you can show some movies on the wall. And other companies are doing this also. Here we have really, Naomi Campbell is a 3D avatar. I think this is 1 or 2 years old now from Burberry. And this is high-end. This is really cool, we can do it also. But right now, as we told you, we think it's good to shoot people and then dress them virtual. But the future for me is clear. The future for me is really digital. So what to do in the fashion area? That's my conclusion. I would say digital twins is the basis for everything. So, and for you, just to let you know, my opinion is everything will be online in the future, will be digital. So every chair, every table, every house, everything. And we need this to create some stuff, we need this to sell it, we need to just check it and maybe play around. But this 3D world will be very essential in the future. And we are now in the beginning. 3D web is coming, metaverse is coming. Nobody knows really what it is. But we are in the beginning now of this. And I have at the end a little bit some snips from the internet, from games and so on, which shows you some stuff from the sports area, which shows you how we will do this in the future to get emotions by 3D avatars, 3D clothes, all kind of this. Everything is 3D. thank you very much. That's from my side.
Christian, thank you so much. I have 1,000 questions, but I first give the opportunity to you. So is there a question? Yes, hold on. Where is our microphone? Not here anymore. Okay. I go. No, because we have the audience online, so I can do. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
So my understanding is that in digital production you have a model, which is also a model, so movable and so on. You have the product, like the clothes, and then you have a background. And this is all set together by craft work. So someone is trying to get the three layers together. How much AI do you already use? Or do you see usage of AI in the future that you just basically have, let's say, the textile, and then AI might automatically fit it in a pretty realistic way?
The answer is simple. AI will change everything. Right now, I would say we are good with AI in 2D, so we can change images quite good, or we can really let AI do something. I asked 2 or 3 years ago NVIDIA about a 3D idea. I had to ask them ideas to make it in the design process with AI, some proposals. 3D is difficult, but I mean, what you just told us to get all these facts together, I mean, AI could help a lot, yeah. So we use it right now for denoise sometimes, so AI is getting away the denoise of the images and so. But I think it's so hard to understand what we can do with AI in the future. It will change everything. I'm really sure about this. And for me, is it like what you saw at the end, these game parts and the players? That's what I want to do. But right now, it's really a hard job, and it's very expensive. So if you want to do it in this quality, you have to pay a lot of money, and you have to pay a lot of time and attention. But I think AI will help here. We are using some white papers right now where the AI is checking the movement of the body. You can photograph people, and they're getting the movements, but everything is like in the beginning right now. But the performance of AI is like this, and I would say, yes, it will change everything in the future, our whole life.
Big changes coming. Are you interested in anything more? Yes. Do you still have the microphone? No, there, it's coming. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. I think you missed the crucial point without asking for numbers. What's cheaper? Is it cheaper to have the real photo shooting going to New York, etc., or is it cheaper to have it in the virtual version?
Yeah, that's also a good question. I mean, money is always very important. I can tell you different answers if you want to hear, but I mean, to be honest, the most important thing is if you do something, do it right and straight. So if you decide with the company, you go in direction 3D and you have a vision, you want to be in 3D in 5 years on the top, you have to start now and do it straight and reduce everything else to the minimum and put the maximum power on this way, and then you will be successful, and then you will be cheaper at the end. Right now, is it like, oh, we can do it also by photos, and then you make photos, or we can do it like this, and then you have 2 ways to do it, and then you have 3 ways, and you have software and hardware and people and photographers. So that's what I learned from the cars. At the end, we did every press image digital, and nobody knew it, and it was just crazy good and crazy quick and really good for the branding point, how to bring your product to the market. Because it's not so easy sometimes to have the right feeling, and even the backgrounds could be virtual, you know, that's all very interesting. So money is a very important question, but as I told you, I think the very important is your way of handling it, and then you will be successful if you do it now.
But I get it with cars. Maybe that's just me being a woman who's interested in fashion. When you showed the first examples, like a different background, I totally get that, because sometimes you only see like a tiny little extract from the background and you won't really notice if it's the real deal or not. But when you showed the second examples of putting basically fake clothes on the models, like digital clothes, that's when I was sitting there like, I don't know, because will it really have exact the same shape like it's on a real body? Or, you know what I mean?
I understand that.
Is it really going to be like this? Will I really see how the texture flows and everything?
It will be better than real.
Sorry?
It will be better than real.
It will be even better?
I believe it. Right now, it's hard to do.
Yeah.
So if you want to make it perfect now, it's a lot of, as I told him, also it's a lot of working, and you can do it, but it's really hard, and you just have special movements. You cannot do everything. But my opinion is, in the future, it will be better than real. But it takes some time. We need AI, we need software, we need hardware, we need people.
Yeah.
But if you imagine, I mean, that's why I told about the kids, you know, they're playing Fortnite right now. They're buying skins, you know. I mean, a skin is nothing, you know. It's like just a skin of a person in a game. But it's very important. But can you imagine to buy a skin, fashion-wise, for yourself, for your own avatar, which is great, which looks like you yourself and doing your stuff, and you can test how it looks, and you don't have even to have your own wardrobe anymore. You just have your online game.
That would be good, actually.
Yeah, and maybe very interesting. And then you can decide, this one I want to buy in real. And then you click on it, you order it, you get it next day. Why not? Yeah. So I mean, not everything is really brilliant for the future, but this way I would say 3D is coming. And it will be better than real. That's my opinion. It will take some time. It's like the self-driving cars, you know, the people told me 10 years ago, 2020, we all sit in the car and it drives by itself. It takes time, but it's coming. A lot of people working on it. A lot of people working on 3D. If you go, next week is in Vancouver, the SIGGRAPH. It's one of the biggest exhibitions for computer graphics. If you go there, it's big, it's huge, it's a lot of people, young people are very interested in this. It's not stoppable.
That's a nice outlook into the future. Anyone else has a question to Christian? Last chance. Let me just quickly look online if there is anything. Not at the moment, as I see. Well, then I'd like to thank you very much for this outlook into the future. I think there's more to discuss during our coffee break now. Thank you, Christian.
I will be here. Thank you very much.
And you're a boss. So we do have a coffee break now, and then the final program starts here at 3:45. We start with our last two agenda points here, where the DC Living Lab is going to introduce themselves, and obviously we will have a little wrap up. So enjoy coffee break, but not without ultimate music live. Ultimate music live again. Thank you so much. And I also love how you're always outside performing without all the technique. That's very cool. Thanks so much. All right. Everyone back again here in the plenum. So I thought, why not do some interaction again? So you've been all at different workshops. Haha, this is always the dangerous part when the moderator comes to the audience. So, who wants to say like 1 or 2 sentences about their workshop? Just one little takeaway, how it was, how they like Stuttgart. I will say it. You will say something. Where have you been to which workshop?
Smart cities, and it was nice.
Very good. See, it's that easy. Who would like to say something else, something nice? Hola.
Hello. I actually took part also in the smart cities, and it was really nice, indeed.
And now we do it like, you know, there is this game, Packe mein Koffer in German, so you add like 1 sentence to it. You use the first, and then I came up with this spontaneously.
I can even add a couple of sentences.
Very good.
No, it was really interesting, the discussion that we had there. To me, there was one part that was missing. Probably what's that we have to build trust among citizens in order to participate in the processes that with data and so on, and that was not mentioned, and it was a pity.
Okay, but maybe you continue the conversation after that.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, we did after the workshop. But that's a crucial point. I think that we have to build trust not only in technologies but in the participation processes and capacity building probably among the citizens and the public servants as well. That's what I think.
Muy bien, gracias. one third person who would like to say something about one of the workshops, someone takeaway. You're smiling at me. You may never smile at moderators if you don't want to say something.
I won't do that next time. No, I definitely will. It was a very nice day. I went to a workshop about 3D modeling in fashion and opportunities for sales and marketing. It was very inspiring to see the new technological possibilities, but also we were a very small group, and it was good because we started thinking about new opportunities together with the speakers, and it was a really nice workshop and moment. So yeah, I'm very enthusiastic.
Where are you from? From which region?
Flanders, Belgium.
I thought so. Looked at your events. All right, see, it's that easy. I love that, a bit of spontaneous interaction. So, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have much left today, but what we have left is really nice and very important. So you may know that DC Living Lab is part of the Creativity World Forum, and we're now going to find out more about the DC Living Lab from Dr. Andrea Buchholz and Maria Rox. They are both from here, the MFG Baden-Württemberg here in Stuttgart, and they will present to us now a bit more about the DC Living Lab, and I'd like to welcome Maria Rox on stage. There she is. Applause. Welcome.
Thank you very much for this short introduction. We're looking forward to present the next 45 minutes, the DC Living Lab 2022 to you. But let's start with the, I think, most important question for the moment. What is the DC Living Lab? As part of the Creativity World Forum, the DC Living Lab has been established in 2016 as an international student program for creativity and innovation. So, a journey to innovation, creativity, and sustainability. We, that's Andrea and me, from the MFG Baden-Württemberg, the statewide competence center for the cultural and creative industries, had the pleasure to host the DC Living Lab this year and get the opportunity to meet such great students from all over the world. For this, we were invited by the district Baden-Württemberg, so the Ministry of Economic Affairs. Thank you again for that. So 2 weeks ago, from July 6 till July 9, this 4-day journey to DC Living Lab took place. Young people, I think it works, yes. Young people from the 13 districts of creativity were invited to pack their creative suitcase and became part of an international crew working on real-work sustainable challenges. To give a quick overview, to give everyone a ticket to travel, we decided to do the DC Living Lab online via Zoom. Yes, there were some difficulties to handle with, but I think we did it. So there were questions like, okay, what time do we meet when there will be people from all over the world? Or which tools are we able to use? But we made it. And the districts, Basque Country, Baden-Württemberg, Catalonia, Flanders, Shanghai, and Scotland have sent students to work with us together. But you already see the world map, but that's not just these 6 districts, because the world map behind me shows more. The trip started from these 6 districts, but all of you, all of the students, had a suitcase full of personal references to all these countries with the dark blue ones, like a grandma from Morocco or a dad from Australia, or a semester abroad in Canada. So we had a lot of different intercultural perspectives, and we're really great to have that. So, but that shows once again that the classification according to regions or nations is not longer reflects the people who live there. So we are like more global citizens, I think, and that shows like the young people here. But now the question is who or where are these people like with these special backgrounds? I will show you like a quick picture of everybody. You look all beautiful on that. This was 25 students together with 10 coaches. started together and experienced a journey with many exciting steps. Like it was 5 teams tackling 5 sustainable challenges. According to the method design thinking, the students went through a creative innovation process, conducted interviews with some experts on that challenge, and the interviews with the target groups, created personas, and built prototypes. We started online working on sustainable challenges, like I mentioned before, 2 weeks before. And now I'm really happy to have like about half of the group here in Stuttgart, and that you took the chance to attend the Creativity World Forum and traveled to Stuttgart. Welcome again. This journey started, like I mentioned, 2 weeks before on July 6th. And now, Andrea, the question is, what was the trail about and what was the trail material?
Thank you, Maria. So you talked a lot. So Maria talked a lot about journeys, but the first journey we wanted to send 36 boxes into the world because we were thinking, well, the participants and also the coaches, they should get a physical anchor for their virtual journey to come. That might not sound too exciting for you, but it was a real task for us. I'm not sure whether you know that when you want to send a parcel to Finland, for example, you better write down the mobile number of the person you're sending the parcel to. I have no idea. I try to picture this. The postman calls you. I put the parcel next to your plant pot. I've never experienced this in Germany, but in Finland it seems to be usual. Also, we tried to ship cress seeds, and we figured out that anything which might grow is not allowed to be sent outside the EU. That's really difficult. You all enjoyed the Baden-Württemberg food at lunchtime and also in the afternoon. We definitely wanted to send some Baden-Württemberg snacks outside in the world to our DC Living Lab participants, but no way. But we found, obviously, creative ways around it. But at the end, we managed and brought the DC Living Lab to the participants. So here you see the branded box and the DC Living Lab bottle. When we spoke to Carlo from Flanders, I think perhaps it might be a colleague of yours, or a former colleague. He's a kind of the founding father of the DC Living Lab, so to say. And he explained the very idea to us, and he said, well, the DC Living Lab is about bringing young people together. So our mission with the online format was bringing all participants to all places, obviously, without wasting 1 single liter of fuel. Wow, that sounds like quite some task. How did we go about that one? As mentioned, we were not allowed to send snacks around, so we thought about this local snack challenge. We asked the DC Living Lab participants to bring their own snack into the workshop, and we learned so much about the different cultures. For example, here on the top left, it's the Finnish Kajalan piraka. It's a pastry, and you should be careful because it looks so sweet and so delicious, and it's probably very delicious, but it's actually very salty, so be careful in the morning. You also see on the top right the German Rittersport chocolate. It's very popular in Germany, and I've learned, actually, me as a German, I've learned, why the hell is it called sport on a piece of chocolate? And you don't know neither? I will explain this one to you. It has this very mechanism of opening the Rittersport chocolate. You can do it just with one hand, and while watching a football game, you open your chocolate and enjoy the chocolate while the other do sports. So it was really a fantastic way of getting to know each other cultures. Another way of learning something about each other is to look at the language. So we asked the participant for the strangest word they know in their language. And again, it was wonderful. For example, and I hope Shiki, you must correct me if I understood this right, but the Chinese lettering over there, this is actually kind of an emoji. If you look careful, you see a face with an open mouth, and it actually says, oops, I've seen something I shouldn't have seen. Again, the Finnish, I like it. It's this word, kalsari kennet, is Finnish for the feeling when you're going to get drunk home alone in your underwear with no intention of going out. I mean, at least there has to be someone experiencing this to come up with that word. And obviously I have to go through this. Grundstücksverkehrsgenehmigungszuständigkeitsübertragungsverordnung is the German longest word we have, and I won't explain this one to you. It just takes too long. So we got to know each other. It's possible, even online. We got to know our cultures and our backgrounds. We formed teams and connected to each other in an intense, creative, and hopefully you've seen this fun way. So these have been our 5 teams and their coaches. The heart is always there. We've learned a bit about the teams in a second, so you figure out why they are dressed like this. We were then ready to get into the work modus, using an online collaboration tool. We had a great mixture of structure, chaos, and creativity. So in these 4 days of DC Living Lab, the teams met their challenge owner. That has been an institution that has been dealing already with the problem, so great expertise for the teams to plunge directly into the topic and also having a closer look at the issue. They conducted user interviews, so they started changing perspectives. They went crazy with ideas together online, and they even developed a prototype online and tested it online. So what are the outcomes? Well, I'd really like to present them, but it's not on me. I think it's really on the teams, and let the teams get the praise. So let's start with the team tackling the challenge from zero to hero. Christiane and Lucy, go for it.
Hope you can all hear me. Cool, awesome. Well, welcome today. Our planet is literally like on fire. We are currently seeing heat waves. Yesterday was actually the hottest day in our state, Baden-Württemberg, that was ever measured. 40.3 degrees Celsius. We all know that we have to act in order to maintain a healthy climate on Earth. We all know that we have to act in order to keep our biodiversity. We all know that we have to act in order to protect us from droughts. But then again, it seems like we're currently not doing enough. And we have asked people, what stops you from actually doing something? That was our question, and then we were talking to people from the founders of the app The Good Goal, and they have identified 3 reasons that stop people from actually doing something. The first reason is that people sometimes lack knowledge. The problems seem too big, and they don't really know where to start. They don't know where they can have a personal impact. The second issue is that people often don't see the impacts of when they're doing actually something straight away. When I drive an electric car, I don't see that I'm not emitting CO2 into the atmosphere. And the third one is that it actually takes motivation to do something, and it is an effort, so you actually have to do something. So our challenge here at the DC Living Lab was, how can we support individuals to live a more sustainable life? And that's what we came up with.
Thank you. So our idea was to create an eco-citizen pass. And I would like to explain you in 3 steps what this pass is about. First step, people can take free classes about a more sustainable life. Those classes can be online or in real life, and they also have different levels. For example, you can take a beginner sustainable course, or you can also take an advanced class. The second step, you receive the Eco-Citizen Pass, and this will prove that you participated at those classes and that you learned about sustainability. The third step is that you have to be rewarded for this. So you will get a lot of benefits that come with, with this pass. For example, you can get free train tickets, you get discounts for sustainable companies, or you get access to cool events. And with this, we want to solve the problems that Chrissy just mentioned. So we want to give the people the knowledge how they can actually live a more sustainable life. We want the people to get the chance to connect with each other and talk about a sustainable lifestyle. And also we want to motivate the people. So we want to give them a real reason to learn about a more sustainable lifestyle. Thank you for listening.
So thank you very much, Lucy and Chrissy. I really think we should have that in Baden-Württemberg. I will pass that on to the ministry, I think. Perfect. So let me introduce you the second team, One World, One Community. I would like to, yes, come on. I'd like to welcome Yusra on stage. I will just pass on to you and we'll see what you're about. And you don't need it, right?
So I was talking to this guy. His name is Ben. Ben is a musician. He told me that he loves to travel. He loves to make friends all around the globe and, you know, just to get some new perspectives on his music. But he also told me that recently his country has been into war and he's been stuck there. Not only in his country, but also like in the same mentality. He's been stuck in the same kind of music. And after hearing that, I was thinking, if that's the situation for Ben, that must also be the situation for other musicians all around the world. Passionate musicians that would love to work, to share their thoughts and get new inputs into their music, but they are not able to travel. So after hearing that, I questioned myself, like, how can we help them? What can we do to help these musicians? How can we connect musicians all around the world without traveling? It's also important to say that there has been a rise of xenophobia, and a lot of artists, musicians have been feeling really lonely and had the feeling that working with others, making music together has been harder. They feel isolated. So I was confronted with this question, and we were thinking, like, how can we get them together? And we first thought about, you know what, we just make like a Zoom meeting, or like, you know, they just go all live all at the same time. They just go around and start playing music. But the thing is, it's way harder than what you think. It's really extremely expensive, and it was like only one group in the whole world that was able to do that, and about like the Rolling Stones. So I think that says enough about that. So we were like thinking, like, what can we do? How can we help them? And then we found the solution. So we decided to just give them a hot potato. Yeah, I know I sound crazy, a hot potato, but I'm gonna explain the hot potato to you guys. So the hot potato will be like a platform, an anonymously platform, where musicians can sign in. And after that, the first musician will get an invitation to join the hot potato. So they get like 48 hours to come up with something. It could be like a piece of music, like piano, a word, a sound. It doesn't matter. They send it to the next musician, and this one adds something to it, whatever he wants, and he sends it to the next musician. So the song demo goes around, like from musician to musician, and at the end, it ends up in the hands of a producer that he just clean the whole song, makes it like good. And after that, all the musicians will be invited to a live meeting where they can, first of all, listen to the song for the first time. Second of all, like, meet each other, see who they work with, because it's, I mean, like I said, it's anonymously, they don't know who to work with. And third of all, just share their thoughts, like what they liked, how was the experience, what was good, what was bad. And maybe, you know, they can be like, hey, I like that part of the song, I like your rap, I like the drums, maybe we should be a band, maybe a few new metal bands, who knows. But to make it even better than that, the song will be shared on the Whole Potato platform, and all the musicians that sign in can like see the song, share their thoughts, and make even more friends. So now my question to you guys is, why are we not throwing around the whole potatoes? Why are we waiting? Like, why are there no whole potatoes here? Okay, thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Yusra, for this really inspiring speech. And I think Hot Potato is a really cool name, and you should mention that in some other ideas. And I think it's a good idea to connect musicians all over the world. So, next team, volunteering. And the volunteering team has been working on a fascinating question that many of you have already dealt with. I don't want to tell that much about it, so pass on to the team, to Ivone and Dale.
Hello. That's a really good point.
So, hi, my name is Ivone.
Hello, I'm Dale.
Thank you for joining us today.
We are just going to jump straight in. We only have 4 minutes, so we're going to get through it as quick as we can.
We were set the challenge of how might we enable people to volunteer more. During our initial conversation as a group, we quickly realized that there are a lot of barriers holding people back from volunteering. Some of these are small barriers, such as volunteering being perceived as not cool. Some of these barriers are bigger than just this one challenge.
Things like making sure people have enough free time, or easing monetary pressures so that they don't have to take on 2 or 3 jobs just to make ends meet, are huge challenges in our society. They come from a fundamental issue in our capitalist mindset about how we value work and what work is. We spoke to some people, and we concluded that actually the idea of rewarding volunteers can be a really good thing, and it might help to ease some of these issues. But then the question arises, if you're getting a reward, is it really volunteering? Does it just become a form of paid work?
That's not to say that volunteering is pointless, not by any means. There are many benefits to volunteering: improved social skills, learning new skills, and better mental health, for example.
That's before you even consider the societal impacts of whatever form of volunteering you are undertaking. So things like improved local environment or better physical health are just some of the real tangible benefits to volunteering for people.
So as you can tell, volunteering is a big topic. We decided that we needed to get more specific.
So we decided to narrow our target group down to young people.
We decided to focus on school leavers, particularly young people aged between 16 to 21. So between the end of high school and college. There are a few reasons why we chose this group.
This specific group are often unsure of what they want to do. And having the option to volunteer may allow them to discover a little bit more about what they do or don't want to do with their lives, without the fear of having to take on a 3-year degree or being forced into an office job.
The main reason, however, is generational change. If we can encourage interest in volunteering early on, as this group of people age and become adults, they will already have fostered within themselves the passion to volunteer.
But how are we going to do that? Let me just catch up the slides 1 second. Wow. Who here has heard of the app Tinder? Great. Okay. Our proposal, our prototype, is essentially a volunteering Tinder. Yeah. So it's an app that will not only make it easier for volunteers to find opportunities, but also make it easier for the organizations that have the opportunities to advertise it and to get recruits in.
Users, upon first initialization, will split into volunteers or organizations. The volunteer group will be asked a series of questions. These include what topics are they interested in, how far would they like to travel, do they want to include an online opportunities, etc.
The organisation group will have questions surrounding the opportunity that they have. So the total of hours of work needed, a brief description of the organisation, and the opportunity itself. So what topics or areas of interest does it cover?
Users will then be able to filter opportunities to ensure that the ones that they see are ones they are more likely to be interested in.
So if you like the idea of something and want to know a bit more, swipe up. If you are really not interested in something, swipe left. But if you really like the idea of something, swipe right.
The organization will then be alerted and will be able to see your profile and contact you about the start date.
We imagine that this app could be rolled out to places of education, funded directly by local and national governments, so as to directly target the young people it's aimed at. Similar to the Erasmus Plus scheme here in the EU, this app could help to build an international network of volunteers.
Allowing organizations to reach people that they never will be able to, and for volunteers to take place in ways not dreamt of. And not just as big multinational corporations, but also just as importantly, a small local community-focused group.
It's important to remember that the real heart of volunteering is about building a community. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I think volunteering Tinder is a great idea, and I hope it works better than some other apps that probably are quite similar. We will see that. Thank you, and I will pass on to the fourth theme, Ambassador for Sustainability. I would like to welcome Svenja on stage, and I'm really happy to hear what you have to say.
Who here lives in a small village? Raise your hand if your village has 2,000 inhabitants or less. Okay. My home village is 30 minutes away from Stuttgart and has 1,000 inhabitants. That's what my village looks like. Nice and green, right? So, what do you think people in this area value the most? Well, first of all, having a nice car in the driveway. And now that it's summertime, of course, throwing some big steaks on the grill in the backyard. And what can you never forget for the perfect garden party? The freshly sprinkled lawn. So, what do all of these things have in common? They're nice and green, right? Well, maybe not when it comes to sustainability. What about water consumption? What about carbon emissions? I don't live in this village anymore, but whenever I come home to visit my parents, these things really catch my attention. I live in a city where the topic of sustainability is a lot more present. But it's not something that you can only observe in my home village. Many middle-aged people living in rural areas of Germany do seem to lack awareness about sustainability. To tackle this issue, some representatives from the Hohenlohe region challenged us to come up with an innovative concept. So we thought, it's absolutely clear what we're going to do. Brochures. Wait, no, okay. We were supposed to do something that's actually nice and green, so another try. What do middle-aged people living in rural areas like to do? A typical weekend of my parents would consist of some type of outdoor activity, like a hike or a bike ride, and then maybe a visit to the local crafts market or a concert. So why not use exactly these things as a basis for our concept. A mixture out of culture, art, and nature that also informs people about sustainability. Imagine a path with unique art installations along the way. Each installation represents a sustainable development goal, such as responsible consumption. Sounds cool? We thought so too. That's why we came up with this concept for the Hohenlohe sustainability path. So, let's make this happen. We need talented people to create the art. We need events to draw attention to our project. And finally, we need accessibility, both physically and digitally, to attract a broad variety of visitors. Will you join us on our path? A path where art meets sustainability? A path into the future? We would love to take this path with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Svenja. I think we all would love to go on the Path Now review. It was really inspiring. So, last but not least, our fifth team from the DC Living Lab was tackling with the topic reading. That's just what I want to say now. And I think Niels can talk a little bit more about your challenge and your DC Living Lab.
Thank you for the introduction. So, hello, my name is Niels, and in order to come here to this lovely conference, I had to take the train. My family is based in Leipzig, so the first major point of travel was Frankfurt. And for the entirety of the 3.5-hour travel, the Deutsche Bahn was not delayed this time for great reasons, yeah. Applause for the Deutsche Bahn, no, just kidding. The kid in front of me was very, very, very fascinated with their iPad. Now, I'm not here to trash talk any sort of digital media or digital media consumption for kids, because honestly, first of all, there is some really, really great stuff out there, both on the educational aspect and on the entertainment aspect. And secondly, honestly, who can blame kids for being attracted to things that were literally created to grab their attention? However, I want to raise the question of what about a more diversified media consumption, especially in downtime, in pastime for kids? And one of the things that comes to mind very quickly is reading. And in fact, I will not bore you with any sort of statistics or research right now, because all of that is very freely and easily accessible online and in your libraries. Reading has an incredibly beneficial effect for cognitive development in young children, especially in elementary age. So the question that we tackled in our group was, how can we inspire kids to read more in our digital and fast-paced world? We decided to take an approach where we could make sure that we could directly target kids, find them at a place where they are most approachable, completely ignoring digital media, for once. So we decided to approach kids through their families, because great family time and fun time are often very, very, forgot the English word, not rare, no, they're very influential in the development of the kids. Sorry for that. So we wanted to design an experience where kids, together with their parents, can find new ways of interacting with written media and find an immersive way of creating a context where this can happen. And all of this, ideally, should be happening, of course, in the one and only home of books, in a library itself. So our idea is to create an immersive library adventure night coming to a library close to you very soon, where kids can go through a series of rooms, a series of tasks, and perform reading-based activities in order to collect clues for an overarching story quest. At the end of the task, kids will be rewarded with a box of books and other materials where they can take the stories that they had just experienced home and continue experiencing them in a more immersive way. In this way, we'd like to find ways in which we can inspire families, how they can interact in a more interactive way with kids and their reading, and hopefully inspire kids also to open up their own creativity and imagination in the context of written media and take it from written letters on a white page into a more creative world. So I know none of you here are kids in age, but maybe you're all kids at heart. Maybe our little presentation has inspired you to, instead of rewatching Friends for the third time on your flight home, perhaps the airport shop has a nice little book that you can read on your flight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Niels, for this presentation. I will do the end for you and show the map. What do you think about that? So, that is the map. You will go through the library, right? Perfect. So thank you, Niels, for this quick overview about your team. And I would like to thank everybody of you students. You are here. 5 great ideas and prototypes were created in just like 4 days. Keep that in mind. The topic of sustainability was looked at from different perspectives, and it was shown that creative solutions are the right approach. So please all come on stage, that we'd like to see all of you together and say thank you to all of you. So.
So that has been really impressive to see the results finally. I have to admit I haven't seen it in such a way because they went through a little presentation training in between. So we've seen the... What is this?
There was no space for me,
right.
Just standing here.
So we've seen your working results. What we are really interested in is what kind of footprint this DC Living Lab experience actually made on you. Perhaps, Manuel, you're a PhD student in, let me see again, environmental engineering.
Yeah.
What do you take from the DC Living Lab?
Well, apart from the nice people I met, of course, I would say that my takeaway is like everything I learned from my teammates, especially in the activities we developed. I think it's very good you team up with people from different countries, cultures, and backgrounds, and to see how differently they address a problem, the same problem or question you are trying to answer. That's very enriching, I think. And also from a research point of view, the methodology itself, the design thinking process, I think is quite interesting. And for me, it's been great to learn more about it because it allowed us to build innovative ideas in a short period of time, even if we didn't know each other before. So for me, it was great.
Thank you very much, Manuel. Teresa, may I ask you, do you have a special moment in this program you think you will never forget?
Probably a few, but I think the most notable would be growing grass. You might be surprised, but Andrea mentioned it before. We got a small package with those boxes with grass, and in the first break, I thought like, okay, I'm gonna open it and water it instantly. And then in the end of the DC Living Lab, like 3 days later, there were already like 2 centimeters of plants, which was really nice. And then we had this feedback round in the Plenum, and they asked us like, what feedback do you have? What did you take from the DC Living Lab? And I thought like, okay, let's just post a photo of that grass because it's really nice. And then one of the coaches was like, oh yeah, the grass was like it grew within those 3 or 4 days and it had time to really develop. And like afterwards we had the spot in the evening. Afterwards we needed to present our concept to our project owners. It was the one with the sustainability path, and obviously we had a bit more details for them. So they really liked our concept, and it was really the moment I thought like, okay, yeah, this was like Crest. We really grew like personally, but also like connected with each other, which was really nice.
Wow, thank you very much. I'm really touched, and well, I obviously didn't know what you were going to say, but that our idea of intercultural, interdisciplinary work and making you grow also beyond perhaps your limits in just 4 days is just great to see that this worked out so well. Dale, and now we get a more artistic view, I think, because you're studying contemporary performance in Scotland. Looking a bit more into the teamwork, is there anything you want to share? Is there anything special about working in intercultural teams?
I'm an artist, I make theatre, and fundamentally what I do is collaborate with people. And often as artists, we only collaborate with other artists. So to be in a room where we suddenly have economists or business administrators or composers or environmental scientists, all of these crazy, wide, broad disciplines, to be able to be in a room together, I cannot overstate how amazing it has been to bring these people together. Things like this are the way forward of solving all of these issues that cross boundaries. It's global issues we're facing, and I'm British, if you can tell from my voice, and the politics in my country is very isolationist now. We've just left our biggest friend group, and it just highlights to me how important international cooperation is, collaboration, and as you say, interdisciplinary stuff. It's the only way that we can solve things by working together. So I thank so much. Thank you for letting us be here, and as students as well, letting us be here and have a voice. So thank you. Yeah.
We couldn't summarize it better, I think, than you participant. A final word to Niels. Niels is studying composing in Scotland. How would you sum up the DC Living Lab? One word.
Can I make it like 5?
4.
Okay. Now I have to think. Fun. Let's take fun. Yeah, fun. Yeah.
Fun. Okay.
Yeah, you wanted
4
one
times
word. There you
fun.
go. For fun.
Okay.
Fun, yeah.
That's fine. Thank you very much. Thanks for the praising words. It's also been very enjoyable working with you. Thank you for your open-mindedness, for your creativity, also for your ability to step out of your comfort zone. Thank you for this team. It's time to say thank you also to the challenge owner. We've mentioned them before. People who took their time to share their experience. I think I saw Kaizu from Tetsubes. Thank you. You have been one of the challenge owners. Thank you also for the interview partners. They took their time and also opened up for the teams. The coaching crew, Elke is here, for example. Thank you, guiding the teams through on their creativity journey. And thank you very much to the Ministry of Economic Affairs, Labor and Tourism for their trust in Maria, and also the MFG Baden-Württemberg that we conducted a hopefully lively DC Living Lab 2022 in a hybrid format. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I think the last thing for us is to say, whoever is running the next DC Living Lab, I heard something about Flanders, I don't know for sure, but probably we'll see each other there again. Be prepared for an exciting trip to colorful places with amazing people and following crazy ideas. So no matter if the DC Living Lab is held online the next time or on site, it's worth it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Doing a picture?
Let's go a bit further down.
So picture time.
Oh.
Oh, big applause again for the DC Living Lab. And also thank you so much to Andrea Buchholz and Maria Rox. So I have to say, well, first I'll let you go and then... Thank you. What do you want?
Can I make a comment on this? Because
You want to make a comment to this? Of course. We are spontaneous here and creative. How are you from Bangalore?
I'm from Bangalore and Jammu. I had many email conversations with Maria, and we tried to send you a team from Bangalore which did not succeed. And so, I don't know with whom I interacted, I'm sorry. I mean, I don't remember the email addresses. They're so complex with the X and W and so on, so that I don't remember the name. The thing is, today's presentation that they made, can you make it as a video and make it available as a clip so that I can use it back home to really say what young people are doing? You're doing an amazing job. And I want really my region to participate, and I do not have enough number of people who are motivated to do that. So I would think that your presentations today, crisp, sharp, and very idealistic, I think is what I need. So please make this available. Number two, this is a slightly dangerous commitment I'm making. Many young people made apps. If by any chance you want to take it forward, Bangalore is a center for coding. I will help you to get people to take your apps and take it further. And these apps will be owned by you. So we have nothing to do with having the apps with us. But I'm from a university with all the coders that are available. So this is an offer. Get back to me and get back to these people so that if you want to develop, for instance, there is a simple fee to make it available on Google Play. You have to pay some $50 or so. We will pay for you.
The details we'll find out. Wow, what a great offer. Thank you. I guess that's an offer you're going to take him up on, right? I mean, I wanted to say just one sentence because I think everything's just already been said, but I think those were some really, really great presentations, and I actually buy into like most of the ideas straight away. That Tinder for volunteering, I like that. Please, let's have that here, Mr. Schwarer, in Stuttgart. I would definitely participate. And actually seeing you here on stage and hearing about your presentations and projects, I'm not really worried about the digital and sustainable future, so thank you so much again, and good luck. All right, so wrap up, it says. It's the last point, and for this I'll be welcoming on stage Thomas Schwarer from the Ministry of Economic Affairs, Labour and Tourism here in Baden-Württemberg. Big applause, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So, Mr. Schwarer, we're at the end of the day. We just had some great presentations. How was it for you until now? How was your day?
I had a great day with one exception. Because at around 1 o'clock I had to go back to the ministry for 1 hour, and I really hated it. I didn't want to leave, and I came back as soon as possible. And really it was great, and not only this day, but also already yesterday and the day before. And I enjoyed your company, and I hope that we see each other soon again.
Oh, that's... So you've already said that we will soon see each other. It was a long day. That we will soon see each other again. So how we will continue today? How is it continuing our program at the end of the Creativity World Forum?
It's time, almost time, to say goodbye to the Hospitalhof and to the CWF, almost, not yet. And it's almost time to say hello to the startup Baden-Württemberg night. Just a few minutes away from here, we will walk over there together. Everyone who wants to come along, just come along. And I have noted, I have just some informations about the startup Baden-Württemberg night. It's at Stuttgart Börsenplatz. It's only a little footwalk away, and you have the chance there to get in touch with the creative and startup scene in Baden-Württemberg. And this startup Baden-Württemberg Night is presented by Startup Baden-Württemberg, the startup campaign of the state of Baden-Württemberg, in cooperation with many partners from the state and the Stuttgart region. The Startup Baden-Württemberg Night brings together everyone interested in self-employment, founders, startups, young and established companies and investors. And it offers exciting insights into the startup and founding scene, high-quality input from practice, advice, networking, exchange, discussions, and matchmaking. Look forward to a very exciting evening. I said it's almost time to say goodbye to the Hospitalhof, because before we say goodbye, I would like to thank, of course, the Hospitalhof, Mrs. Renninger and her team for their hospitality today. I think the Hospitalhof was the place to be today. But I also would like to express my thanks to all of you, and some thanks I want to put an special effort on it, because first of all, the team in my ministry, Mrs. Glaser and Mr. Goch, and whoever wants to come. Some people are shy, but I think you represent them well. Thanks a lot. And then a special thanks also to the MFG. Please come.
Come on.
Yes. A special thanks to Steinbeis Europe, and also, which includes, of course, our Spock, Ms. Petra Püchner and Ms. Schäfer. Yes. And I also want to thank, big thanks to the agency who did this. Probably you don't know them yet, but you get to know them yet. Please come to our stage too, Ms. Prantl and team. Yeah. The agency. The agency's name is TaylorMade, and you get a great job. You did a great job. I'm excited. Yes, and let's see. Now, last but not least, I want to thank the soul of the network, which is Pascal. Please come. Without him, all these Creativity World Forums wouldn't exist. You were inspiring them, and well, thanks for doing that. This was a great idea, Flanders, and I hope just keep it up. Then let me express my thanks to all the delegations, to all speakers and participants, online and virtual, to the team of all your delegations who were preparing you and helping you coming here. Just a big thank you to the Program Advisory Board, who was supporting, they were supporting us, and well, thank you all. Whoever likes to go to the startup night at Stuttgart's Börsenplatz and doesn't know the way, we walk over there right now, just come along.
Well, I guess there's nothing more to say except of thank you so much. Again, thanks for organizing this great event, and thank you much for coming. I had a really lovely day with you, and I'm looking forward to first some more music, and then we meet at Startup Night and have a drink together and show you around Stuttgart maybe. So thanks so much, and this is again for you, Ultimate Music Live. Thank you as well.